Why do you look like a command master?
Yeah, that was the
Oh,
whole
it's the
thing.
scrying orb. I'm sorry.
Yes, I have the scrying orb for hiding DM stuff.
Got you.
Yes.
I've got the I'm doing the legit method of streaming this game now, which truth be told might be why our internet's tanking at the moment. I don't know. I would be surprised if that's the case, but again, I'm gonna keep an eye on it because it's just another window.
It's literally just like another browser. It shouldn't be running
Yeah,
that much.
I think our internet's just throwing a fit at the moment. It's fine. We'll make
Yeah.
do. However, guys, gals, my binary pals, welcome to another episode of Exilia Regalia. I am your humble, dumble master for the evening, the one and only Pooting Pastry Farting Tot, and I am joined by my lovely crew of desert dwellers. Say hello, desert dwellers.
Hi.
Yes.
Hey.
I don't know why, but hearing River just go is funny to me. What the fuck just fell?
You know.
Something
Thanks.
just fell. I don't know what that was. Hello?
I don't know.
Bro, I'm losing my mind. Like, I straight heard something fall just now, and I don't know
Shinny's
what
in
it
the
was.
kitchen.
No, it was in my room. Oh, I see what it was. One of my dice? How the fuck? Alright, there.
You guys have ghosts.
Ah! Now I'm hitting my head on my shit.
I didn't much appreciate that comment earlier.
Ah! We're falling apart. Roll test rolls before I lose my mind.
Okay.
We are falling apart, Lisa.
You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Oh, hi, Mark.
That's a
Oh,
fun.
hi.
Eat
That's
me.
14.
No inspiration.
No inspiration. But that is okay. Perhaps you won't need it. But, that being said, I guess I should go ahead and get us started, shouldn't I?
Presents.
I need to find my music. Oh, I need to also, hold on. Bingus.
Bunk.
Oh my god, is it Paolo?
Y'all wish.
I would be amazed if it was Paulo.
Last time, as the Oasis City of Haven prepares for the Thunder Lotus Sun Festival, and prepares for what may well be a dragon attack, you all split to gather what information you could on the perpetrator stealing from the city's treasury, as well as who would be bold enough to steal a dragon's tribute, picking up what information you could from Lunar Assembly Lunar Choir members. I'm losing my mind, holy shit. Dune Orinteth, Jem Kalolu, Eno, Taneri Waterskip, and Ulrich Dumowbre. You all have now reconvened to go over your findings before the next stage of your investigation. J. Frost and Sarah are unfortunately not with us tonight, so I am going to be doing my best to Jaeger them as we continue. But you all have sort of got back together again at Nithis' mansion to talk about what you all found. Corey, you're one of the first to arrive back, and you walk in to see that Diana has what appears to be a cactus. It's like a little like baby cactus.
Are you continuing or is that...
No, that's just kind of it.
Okay. What you got there?
Well, I went to see Gumtree, and the bad news is that I wasn't able to get everything we needed for Legend lore.
What all do we need?
We need some... Hold on, I gotta pull up the spell again. We need a good chunk of incense, 250 gold worth, which is a lot, which I was able to get a good amount of that, but I'm gonna have to wait a few more days to get the rest from Gumtree. And 4 ivory strips, which that, and she holds up a small like pouch. That I was able to get. The incense though, I'm gonna have to make a workaround for that or go back to Gumtree in a few days. These were expensive, you know.
Yeah.
But Gumtree was sweet, as always. He gave me a cactus for my patronage. So
Amazing.
now I have this. I think I want to name it.
What do you want to name it?
That's a question I don't know. I don't know the answer to. What do you think?
It'll come. It'll come with time.
Perhaps. It's not a very important thing. It's just a cute little cactus. And she kind of holds it up. It's literally like the tiniest, like roundest cactus you've ever seen. With
Is
a
it
little.
like the size of an orange?
Yeah. With like a little, a small little like red blooming flower on top.
Baby.
Baby. Baby's not a bad name for it, actually. But anyways, that's.
No, we're not naming it Baby.
Why not? It's my cactus.
Because it would be very confusing.
She kind of
And not just.
squints
It
at
would
you.
be very confusing for people who weren't here when we named it. Imagine you go home and you say, alright, let me put Baby away. Nexus and Cedric and everyone else in the castle are going to start asking questions.
She kind of
Where does
squints
it-
at you. You're right, and I hate it.
Yep.
So, at the very least, it's good to see that Gumtree is keeping on his wonderful tradition.
Bunty. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. I like the like matter of fact tone you had there, Bunty.
You don't want to know what I was thinking.
Yeah, no, Gumtree was lovely. He was excited to see me, and I think he hopes we're doing well. It's kind of hard to tell because, you know, he doesn't speak.
True, but you can always get a good sense of what he's feeling.
That's true. Oh, I was also, because I had very little success with this. I was, however, able to make a quick run by a magic shop in town. I was able to procure this. I feel like this will probably help us. And she pulls out a scroll.
What's this?
A scroll of true seeing. I know Corvin has the
Interesting.
ability to cast it already, but I figured perhaps it would be good for somebody else to be able to cast it as well, in case Corvin's not around, since we're investigating. I want it to be known, I went through a good chunk of my funds for all this stuff, so I hope you guys are happy.
Do you think we can put it on the Kingdoms tab?
No, probably not.
Let's avoid having Cedric raise a stint about frivolous spending.
I'm not broke, I should clarify, just this wasn't exactly cheap.
Yeah,
We'll
that.
make it up to you.
And I appreciate that. But Nithis is right now making tea. She should be back in just a moment. But if you guys want to go ahead and take a seat, I'm sure she'll be here anytime now.
We'll pop a squat directly on the floor.
Okay.
Corvin will kind of take a seat, pull out like some writing paper, just kind of jot down a few like thoughts and notes.
Mhm. Sorry, I'm marking your thing down. All of you begin to sit down and kind of make yourself comfy after the kind of day, or I guess afternoon you all have had. It's a bit later in the day now. It's getting a bit closer to like evening time, so sun's not going down quite yet, but it could do it anytime here in the next couple hours. And as you guys are sort of finally kind of like taking your breath, kind of mulling over your thoughts, Nithysis enters the room with tea as well as some sort of like those like, have you ever seen like the Japanese like tea cakes?
Yee.
I should also clarify,
Well,
she's
which
not
ones?
the, hold on.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. I'm trying to find the ones I'm thinking of specifically.
Oh, these are cute.
Here we
I
go.
really want to make moon cakes.
Here we go. The little like matcha cakes.
Ah, see, I saw things.
Oh,
Yes. She isn't carrying them. You can see that it's sort of floating next to her as she walks along and kind of enters the room. Ah, welcome back. Good to see that you all are well, and none of you seem to have been discovered, as I haven't heard anything.
haven't heard
Anything regarding you all being compromised?
Well, I think most of us took the direct approach. We just kind of went in and asked a couple questions.
Oh, I see.
I'm sorry, we were supposed to be subtle.
Well, we don't exactly want the news of what's happening going around town. The choir's personal, what's the word? Gestapo going around and investigating all of them.
We're not bringing the Gestapo.
Well, it's good to know that the populace hasn't been alerted to why we are here.
Correct.
I mean, as far as they all should know, the hero of Haven, Rewakwore, is just visiting for the festival.
Well, that being said, let's begin to go over what exactly you were able to find out.
I can go first.
Absolutely.
So I went and I talked with Dune, and I learned a bit about the lotuses that are so important to Haven. But mostly I just learned of her particular opinions. She kind of gave off the I guess like an aura of she was just kind of as surprised as everyone else. She kind of struck me as probably wouldn't be the person just based on her personality. Like she just seems to be very much, I want to care for the lotuses and call it a day. She mentioned that something about Ulrich saying that there was money disappearing a couple months back, and she has she's kind of suspects Theoden of potentially being the elf that Orcathian kind of talked about. I went.
She sort of thinks for a moment. Well, Theoden certainly does have the skill set. It's not unlikely.
If Sarah and I were the ones who bumped into him last time we were here, and just the kind of impression I got from him was really just not liking Orcathian at all. So maybe that's a reason why. I don't know.
Perhaps.
I also I went into her house with her permission, and I spoke to her plants in a way. She didn't have any visitors or anyone like out of the ordinary visiting her house, so if there were any deals going on, it wasn't taking place there.
Sounds
She
like...
also think
Go ahead.
she also doesn't think that Ulrich is behind it. She doesn't much care for him, but also doesn't. She believes that he does care about the city, so.
She kind of nods. Well, from all that, it sounds like she may be in the clear then.
I get the same feeling.
Ravon sort of begins to speak up. Lily and I spoke with... Ah, man, I gotta do a fucking Ravon voice. Hold on. Lily and I spoke with Jim Kololu. Ravon has a silly voice, gamers.
It is not that hard when you get the hang of it.
Lily and I went and spoke with Mr. Kololu. He told us about a few areas outside of the city where these tributes might have been being placed at. And he begins to unravel the map for you all.
So it's like they take out the tributes and they just leave them there, and then Orcathian picks it up.
Perhaps. All these about 2 days away from Haven.
Is that a day out and a day back, or 2 days out and 2 days back?
You see his brain kind of shorts out for a moment and he goes, "Oh no. I didn't think to ask." Probably a day out and a day back.
Flit, seeing the hamster wheel having hit a speed bump, is going to look on over to Lily. Do you remember?
Didn't ask either.
Lily, you did have your realization of it lines up with Keela. However, it does occur to you that, yeah, neither of you really asked if he meant 2 days there, 2 days back, or 1 day there, 1 day back.
I mean, worst case scenario, I can find out. Day is a day.
If anyone wants to make I'll call it... Actually, I'm gonna say only Corey can do this, actually. Corey, if you wish to, I will let you make a nature or survival check to determine the distance via these locations on the map.
15?
15? Judging from the map and how accurate it's meant to be, you gather it's 1 day there by mount, 1 day back.
It seemed that the total was 2. The total days of the trip. So it sounds like 1 day there, 1 day back. I assume with a mount?
Rovan wipes his forehead. Whew. All right, close call.
As the
Can I
map
reach
is...
down and pull off her sandal?
Yeah.
Yeet.
Are you going to eat it at him?
Yes.
Okay. make me just like an unarmed strike attack.
The chocolate check.
The chunkla check.
15.
It doesn't beat his AC, but you do throw the chunkle. It does kind of bop him on the forehead a bit. It doesn't do any damage, but he's just like, ah! Yeah.
So as La Chancla was being thrown, Corvin was just gonna kind of look at the map and kind of just like try and take it all in for future reference.
I'll say go ahead and make me an intelligence check with advantage
Alright.
because of your keen mind ability.
Kia. That's a 26, natural 20.
Man, it's
Ooh.
like you have photographic memory. You swear you hear for a moment, you like blink as you look at it, and you swear you hear the sound of like a shutter, like a camera shutter.
It's just prestidigitation with the fucking noise.
You fucking, your eyes like extend from your head a little bit like a fucking like zoom lens.
This is all I'm thinking of.
But you all now have access to this map of the area. Kore, I will say with your 15th survival check, you do realize that one of these locations on the map is pretty close to where you had your original meeting with Baresh Starburn during the one shot.
I really hope it's not Baresh. Wait,
Waiting.
your hint said it wasn't anyone currently within Haven.
Correct. The hint on the lavender scent.
Baresh is currently in town, yes?
Correct. And when you actually saw him earlier today before you all split up for your investigation, he did not smell of lavender.
Who
That
did
one I will
Baresh
give
fight
to you
with
for
again?
free.
Who did Baresh fight with again? God, if I'm
It was
not
like
watching
that-
notes.
It was in that Knoll guy, if I remember correctly.
Yes, Gosk. It was the second in command who attempted to take his place and start a war between the Barish Tech and Haven. His plan was to, above game, his plan was to kill everyone and make an example out of Barish so that way he could lead the Barish Tech as he can march the Barish Tech against Haven.
What happened? Did he die?
He was captured by you and your group.
What did we do?
You were able to convince him to surrender. And he was held on trial in front of the Lunar Choir, referred to as the Assembly when that happened. And they, as a show of good faith, passed judgment over to Baresh, who took him to the chopping block.
Oh, so he's dead.
He's dead. He's super dead.
That man is.
Corey,
This man
you
is dead.
actually, you would have been in town at the time. You would have seen the execution.
Yeah. Well, that knocks out one lead. Yes, he's dead. As in, I saw him die.
Who? Would we have been briefed on that part? As Exalted Regalia, or
Corey, would you have told everyone about the more in-depth details about your adventure last time you were
Honestly,
here?
probably over a drink when she got back. Yes.
That's what I was thinking.
I'd be like, dude,
So,
oh
Okay,
my
I-
god, I miss you guys.
so yes, you all would have heard about
I will
this.
never complain about you guys again.
Oh, you will. Mostly me.
Just
At
as
the
you
time.
say that, echoing in the back of your mind, spoon.
She's still got
Spawn.
that damn spoon.
You don't, Corey. You don't know what happened to Agni. Everyone kind of came back at some point, as you're aware, because you were kind of given the update on it. You don't know. Nobody knows what happened to Agni, and that scares you.
I do hope he's all right.
So, this Gosk fellow, did he have any loyal followers or anything of that sort?
From what,
Anyone who might have shit talked to, I wonder. What do you think?
from what you remember, Corey, he was. You don't know if he had anybody loyal to him at the time. You do remember he was trying to make a show of your meeting to try and convert Baresh's followers into his thrall. So, as to anyone who was previously loyal to him already, you're assuming that Baresh probably handled that.
I wonder if they ended up there by chance, or if someone else would want to frame Baresh.
Or perhaps Baresh was only trying to play nice, just so the heat would be off of him when you was, I assume, when confronting Gosk.
That is possible, says Diana.
Maybe it would be best if we asked him next. I could do that.
By all means.
We should probably go over everything else we found first, though.
I'll go next then, Sarah speaks up. I tried to speak with Eno. He wasn't at home when I got there, and so and you see her eyes kind of dart to Nithis, like, maybe I shouldn't say this. And then she kind of swallows it down. Broke in quietly. I should clarify, I snuck in, I didn't break in, I didn't break anything. And Nithis goes, yes, we get it, thank you. I got into his office, and I found a few things. He had a hidden safe inside of a grandfather clock. He had a few things in there, a few things that seemed valuable, but nothing super helpful. He had a golden ceremonial sword with like a jeweled scabbard and everything. He had there was a wedding ring in there, both of them very old, a pocket watch as well, and this being the only thing that I took. She pulls out a spell scroll. I'm unsure as to what the spell is, but I know a spell scroll when I see one. Anyone who wants to roll an Arcana check on the spell scroll can.
Okay.
Above game, I tried to
will
have her
do
roll for it and she failed miserably.
23.
5.
4.
It is a spell scroll scrying, Corvin.
Oh, he just kind of, like, he puts down the paper as he's, like, jotting everything down, just kind of, like, has, like, a twinkle in his eye. That is a scrying spell scroll. Interesting.
Nithis speaks up. So he could have been planning to spy on someone.
It's highly possible.
He also had
check in on-
a healthy chunk of money in there. I didn't get the chance to count it all, but it was no small amount. I don't know if it's related, but I figured if money's going missing, it's probably relevant. Wasn't any gold though. I know that I don't know if it was gold or platinum going missing, but it was all platinum from what I saw. Nithis kind of begins to think again. Perhaps that Eno is hiding something. Did you find anything else? Unfortunately, no. I tried. I found a roster of Dune Striders, both current and upcoming, as well as a list of candidates, but besides that, that was kind of all I found. There was a surprisingly low amount of paperwork in his office, considering he runs security, and that I did find a bit odd. Perhaps there was more in that office that we are currently unaware of. Well, still, that's certainly hopeful. Wouldn't you all agree?
Well, I don't know. Something doesn't sit right with me about this.
It's very curious.
This a scrying spell could be pretty innocent, or it could be pretty, convincing or incriminating. Honestly,
To be fair, I mean, he could. I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say maybe it's for when one of his Dune Striders is in a tricky situation and he can help pinpoint where they are, where they're going.
It's possible.
I guess that's true.
And she kind of holds her hand out for the scroll, and Sarah kind of looks at her and slowly hands it to her. We can use this if we wish to. Perhaps if there's someone you all wish to take a little look-see at. She sets it down on the sort of like coffee table that you're all sitting around.
I mean, we could do that, but we don't need the scroll for it.
Although it could help save on some resources.
True, but isn't this potentially evidence or something?
Not until he finds out it's missing.
And at that point, he has a lot to answer for if he ever asks.
Well, maybe we could use that as a last resort if we have to use it.
Fair enough. I will hold on to it for now then. Make sure it is secret and that Eno can't find it again.
Can I roll an insight?
Yeah,
Sure.
same, actually.
Sure, if you want to.
Anyone?
Yeah, anyone who wants to.
I would like a vibe check, please. Natural 20.
21.
9?
Nat 1. Nat 9.
Corvin, you sort of... Oh, I just realized. Hold on. I gotta...
Take an 18.
Corvin, you just kind of wave it off, whatever. The rest of you, though, get the impression that if Eno finds out that this scroll is in your group's possession while you're working under Nithis, that's going to mean bad things for her.
So just a little bit of preemptive fire removal.
Pretty much.
So we don't have to.
If he's going to
Ship
find it,
any-
make sure it's not with her, you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, if Sarah is finished, Corbin's gonna kind of step on up. How big is this room again?
It's a decently sized living room. Probably about 20 by 20. Just a little
Okay.
sitting space, little fireplace on one side, a few bookshelves.
All right, because within a 5-foot cube of everyone sitting around, Corbin's gonna use minor illusion to kind of do a a scroll projection of the records that he found, so everyone has like a visual reference of it,
Mm-hmm.
and
allow that.
kind of, and he will clear his throat and say, "So I had a very nice chat with Ulrich. My little, I guess you could say, my little spat with Keela definitely helped open that door. Plan worked like a charm on that front. Anyway, so first thing is first, Ulrich, as you can see on page 2 there, has been making some very interesting withdrawals, about a couple hundred every couple of weeks. Keela, as you can see on the third paragraph there, has been making about 50 every month on the same day at the same time. A little obsessive, in my opinion.
As you
As
say that,
well-
Corbin, you see Nithis' expression sort of change, kind of to like a annoying look of like, I fucking know it.
Casual. Like the moment he sees it, he's just gonna kind of slowly like turn his head. And is there something that you'd like to share, then, Nithis?
Well, presumably that has to do with that money he's taking out, has to do with when he leaves for the desert. Certainly lines up in terms of dates.
My thoughts exactly. Although on a much light-hearted note, as he kind of shifts around for another one, it appears as that Ludwig is taking some money out himself before he heads back out to the sanctum. Kind of just like looks at Corey. That could mean a few things, as he kind of has like this knowing evil smile that everyone's seeing at this point.
I should clarify with the Ludwig thing. It's not several withdrawals. It's one, not super big, but definitely not a small amount withdrawal. It's just the one, though.
Oh, I thought it was multiple. My
No,
bad.
it's just the one.
So yeah, he something to, I don't know, pester him about later when this is all said and done.
Mhm.
But he'll just kind of sit back down and kind of get the notebook back out. That's all I found. Oh, also, Ulrich has some sort of like, I don't know. Actually, hey Flitz, did you get my message earlier?
You sent a message?
Yes, he has like some sort of block, some sort of like anti-magic field in the records room.
That makes sense. I would do the same thing. This is interesting where he got the funds to afford that, especially considering that he's taking money out on the, well, I would say occasion, but it seems a bit more frequent than that.
I mean, who takes out a couple of hundred gold every couple of weeks? His house is, for my tastes, but can't be all for upkeep.
No. Seems that Ulrich has a secret as well.
Can I throw something out there?
Of course.
I was thinking about it. So this is, a fair bit of gold, right? But at the same time, think about, like, if you're a dragon and you really want gold and there's, like, a city that is giving you gold for free, does this seem like it's a little low?
This kind of looks back up at the illusion again. Perhaps. Unless he is remaking a hoard that he lost, or perhaps he's found a new layer that he's trying to build up. Perhaps he's just starting small for now.
That might be true.
Why is there a dog outside? Whose dog is that?
Looks out the
Don't
window.
look at
Oh,
me.
Fucking neighbors.
Looks out the window. Oh, it's Floofy.
Let's take a picture of it. I don't know. Like, that might be the case. Maybe it's something worth looking into. But that's probably something that she kind of thinks for a second. It's probably something that we'll only really find out when we have a better idea of who's delivering the tribute.
Yes, it seems we have a few answers, but certainly more questions than we had before. She looks a little frustrated, but more just like, man, this is fucking complex. This goes deep. Not necessarily frustrated with you guys. She looks to you, Corey, and what did you find out, Corey, about Taneri?
Well, nothing pertinent to the investigation. She's been cheating at our drinking contest throughout the years.
That's unfortunate.
But other than that, that's about it.
Well, I suppose that's a good thing. Rather, I quite like her. She has a lot of potential.
She will do great things.
I agree. Anyone else have things they wish to share?
Nothing special other than, like, where should we go next?
Yes, we still have the rest of the night to explore, as well as if you all wish to take that risk, you could potentially explore over the course of the night. Try to learn more. But that's a good question. What do you all plan to do next? Diana kind of nudges you, Corey. Well, we wanted to go speak with Keela, didn't we?
Yep,
I feel like that's probably one of the biggest things to do while we're here.
it is. Yep. Looking forward to it, but also not. I've always had issues with his dad, so it feels a little bit weird.
Yeah, a little bit. I think we'll make do. She kind of like squeezes your hand a little bit.
Oh, if he's guilty, he might be getting thrown through his own window.
That I expect. Nithis speaks up. Alright, well, that is you two settled then. And Flit, you mentioned potentially going to speak with Baresh, yes?
Yeah, I also think if Eno was kind of a little hard to get to, it might not be a bad idea to use the scrying on him. She kind of pulls out the focus.
You all still have some time if you wish to do some scrying before you all separate. Above game, if you guys want to scry, now is a good time to do it.
I'll go ahead and I'll do that after everyone's kind of like said where they're going.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, this is a good point in the investigation to do it.
Yeah.
Rovan speaks up. Well, I believe Lily and I wanted to go and see what was his name. Cloudtooth? Cloudfang. Still don't
Cloud
know.
Dental.
Cloud Dental. We still don't know that much about him. The two of us spoke a little bit, and we don't think he'll be rather open to discussion, so the plan is for me to distract him while Lily sneaks inside. Kind of looking to you, Lily.
Yep.
That is reasonable enough. Just make sure you don't get yourself caught.
I mean, even if I do, I'm the one that people know the least.
That is true, however, you were in front of the choir, so unfortunately, most of them will likely remember your face. But that is a good point. Hopefully you can use that to play to your benefit. What about you, Mr. Alakia? Where do you think you should go next?
You know, the temptation of bullying Ludwig is very tempting itself. But I probably have to stay somewhat on task. I don't know. I probably should apologize to Keela. Mind if I tag along, Corey? Diana?
Diana kind of looks at you, Corey. I mean, I don't have an issue. It's your call, really. Corey.
You wanna come with and look like the muscle?
Corey,
I mean, it'll be hard with me right next to you, but I mean if you wanna go,
I was
you
going
can.
to I was going to say if either one of us is the muscle, it's you. I mean, he just kind of gestures towards the freaking biceps and triceps. He's just like, uh-huh.
Currently showing the six-pack of abs.
Uses
It's the
prestidigitation
thought
to...
that counts.
I'll be the smarmy bastard in the corner. How's that?
That sounds just like you.
Yes, it does.
Alright then, so 3 of you going to see Keela. And you, Sarah. Sarah kind of speaks up. I had a thought earlier. If there's a possibility that the money being taken from the treasury is actually not from someone within the choir, perhaps I could... I mean, I'm a good thief. I could try to see if I can sneak in. I'm not steal anything, but if it can even be done. Nithis thinks on this a bit. Yes, I suppose that is a decent idea. See if it is somebody outside of the choir's numbers. See if it can be replicated. It's very smart. She kind of nods. Sarah smiles a little bit. I don't really know how I'll get in, but I'll do my best, and hopefully I won't get arrested.
Sounds like everyone's got an idea then. Do we want to,
Sorry, continue.
Oh no, my scrying orb fell off the table.
Why did it scream?
Listen, it was scary.
True. Dude, falls are scary.
True. So Flit picks back up the scrying orb. Do we want to, use if we're ready to get going, let's do a little peeking before that.
Yes, so I did specify this to you guys above game. If you wish to scry on somebody, now is the time to do it. You guys can scry up to 3 people before it begins to eat into your investigation time, because it is 10 minutes per scrying. So, if you wish to discuss this above game, please feel free.
So, The only things I can think of is we scry on Eno because his place just kind of got ransacked, and he might be like, "Oh, I've got to check to see if my super incriminating evidence is here." And it also might not be a bad idea to investigate Sadon if you guys are trying to avoid him.
Good.
Sadon sounds like a pretty good target, yeah.
You guys aren't really sure where Sadon is at this time, so it's definitely not a bad idea. I'll tell you straight up.
Any other thoughts?
I agree, dog on the street.
Very
No, that-
insightful.
I was gonna
Is there
say
any way
that
we could scry on Arcathion?
actually.
Potentially. I think you guys also mentioned above game potentially scrying on Theoden.
Yes.
Yeah, Theoden might not be a bad idea too.
Maybe Theoden and Arcathion?
I'm a little hesitant to go for more than 3 because scrying is a pretty potent spell. I know most of us have it, but still.
And we
Okay.
only have like 2 fifth level spell slots.
I will say, you have a number of people in your group who can cast
I
the
have
spell.
one.
I've got 2.
Diana has 2.
I'd say 2 at max, and then like 1 from me, 1 from a Diana, and then we don't have someone who's just out 5th level spells.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Okay.
sounds,
Sounds good.
like a good idea because that's my above game paranoia of Diana needing heals is. Diana dishing out heals is.
Yep.
Okay.
Fair enough.
So y'all are going to scry twice then.
Yeah.
Alright. So who are you scrying on? Go ahead and decide. Also, I didn't
I
know
think-
scrying was a warlock spell.
Yes,
Huh.
it is.
Ooh.
It's just not traditionally picked by them because they only have so many spell slots.
Mm-hmm.
I think Sadon is probably the one we can all agree on.
Yes. Maybe Sadon and Theoden?
I'm okay with Sadon and Theoden.
Okay.
Works for me.
Sadon and Theoden.
Woo.
Flit, go ahead real quick. Tell me your pick which of those 2 you want to scry on, and tell me your spell save DC.
My spell save DC is 18. I believe I would like to use that on Theoden.
Theoden. Alright, go ahead and throw the spell up on screen, please.
Wall of text warning.
Correct.
Dun, 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 dun.
Alright. He does get to make a wisdom save.
I have met him, so that's... Boy, this is really really weird. So, like... so there's no bonus or no
Correct.
subtraction.
You have
Okay.
met him, you don't know him well, so it's just flat roll.
Okay.
It's not, his save isn't modified in any way.
Look, I stole his fingernail. What? Why?
I have a
How?
silly- So, I've got a silly question.
Mhm.
Could Corbin like draw something out to get the likeness?
I'm going to say no, not for this.
Okie dokie. All right.
If you had a bit more time, perhaps, but I'm going to say for this, no.
Good deal.
Flit, your vision is sort of pulled from you as you begin to gaze into the orb. It's an odd feeling of your soul almost leaving your body, you being pulled to a different place. Let me change the music real quick. What the fuck was that? That wasn't me. Alright.
It was Jenny.
Yes, I realize that now. Flit, your vision is pulled far out into the desert. The sun is slowly beginning to set over the horizon. Night shall be coming here in probably about the next 30 to 45 minutes. You see, stepping down from a large lizard mount, a single drow individual who lowers the hood of his cloak on the crest of a hill. He steps down and he takes a few steps forward. And he looks out into the distance. You're able to see what he's looking out to. Haven. Looks like he's not that far from home. Go ahead and make me survival or nature.
Survival. 19.
19. Based on the distance that you can see from the Scrying Gourd, Theoden is probably 16 to 18 hours away from Haven. You guys don't have much time.
Do they look beat up at all by any chance? Or any, like, signs of damage or anything?
No, he doesn't look beat up. He does look covered in sand. And not just, like, his clothes are covered in sand. You can see there are also, like, there's sand on his face, across his mount. Almost as if, like, he was deep in the sand at some point. You do see that the mount isn't damaged either. He looks out towards the city for a couple minutes, and he sort of takes a sit down. He pulls out his canteen, his like water skin, and he begins to take a bit of a drink from it. Just sort of sits and watches out towards the city for a couple minutes. And eventually he stands back up. He puts his water skin back on his belt. He climbs back up onto the mount. And with a crack of the reins, the lizard begins to take off towards the city. And that is around the time your vision begins to fade. As it is pulled back towards you.
After spending about 10 minutes in just kind of like a zoned out meditative look, Foot kind of snaps back. Well, didn't learn much. They're on their way here, though. Probably about 18 hours, 16 hours, maybe?
We need to get moving.
Oh, is that Punk?
Just a soft, we need to get moving.
Then maybe we should transition immediately into looking at Sadon.
Right. And Diana kind of comes up to you and kind of gestures for the scrying orb.
But we'll pass it over.
The next 10 minutes go by. And you guys kind of begin to think about what Diana is seeing. And I need to roll. Okay. After a few minutes, Diana's attention sort of snaps back into her. Oh, that's still weird. Well, The good news is that Sadon is not home. He's currently at the Moonweaver Church here in the city. So if you want to get into his house without him being there, now's a good time to do it.
Is there bad news attached to that?
Diana sort of thinks for a moment. I guess I did say it. I guess my demeanor did project that there was going to be bad news, but not as far as I can tell.
Oh, okay.
Some-
Ready? Break.
Something seems a bit off with him, but he is just kind of a weird guy, so honestly, I don't know if that's just kind of who he is or if something's really going on.
Okay. Well, maybe we can revisit that after we look into his house.
Rovan kind of thinks for a moment. No. We could actually use this. If he's away from his home, perhaps I can go and meet him and attempt to have a conversation with him and distract him while Lily attempts to break into his house. What do you think? He says, kind of looking to you, Lily.
I can do that.
Any opposed?
Nope, sounds like a sound strategy.
Sounds good.
Alright. Before you guys separate, is there anything anyone else wants to talk about? Do prepare anything?
I will say that if Diana didn't get the materials for legend lore, did we? I forgot to ask. When did Gumtree say they would have it?
In a couple days.
Gotcha.
Do we think anyone in the sanctum might have some?
That's a great question. If you want to... I don't know what check this would be.
Someone has sending.
I was about to say,
Yes.
you guys do just have sending. You can...
Can we ask Master Orda?
Somebody wants to do sending to Master Orda.
What are we asking him again?
We got incense. We need about 250 gold worth. We
Sure.
have...
I will say for this,
we
you
get
guys
any?
need... You guys got about half of it.
Okay.
So
We have
about
125
125.
gold.
Mhm.
Okay.
Because you have to realize 125 gold buys you a lot of incense. Diana basically went in and bought his entire stock.
Yep.
That
Alright.
buys you a lot of incense. Because incense, you could probably buy a bundle of it for a couple copper.
Yeah. So it's about half a room's worth, I want to say.
Yeah, a lot.
Like in a box. Yeah.
Yeah.
Half a room's worth. We need another half room.
Y'all need a bag of holding just for all the incense you got.
We need one.
But Corvin, are you doing sending to Master Orda?
Yeah, he's just gonna kind of like he's gonna stand like quickly stand right up out of the chair, put the notebook away, and just kind of send off. Hello, Master Orza. Yeah, this is Corvin, the elf fellow with the colorful hair. Hey, how much incense do you all have, and can we have it?
After a moment, you get a message back. All of it? Well, I would have to check in with the Sanctum, but I'm sure we have plenty of it.
he'll just kind of convey to the party. So they have plenty. I prefer not to use another one of my spells today. Diana, do you have it prepared today?
Let me check, actually, because I don't know if she does. She probably does. I'd be ashamed if the cleric didn't have standing attached, but then again, she's a life cleric. She does have it prepared. I do. Here, give me one moment. She sort of closes her eyes. And then a few moments later, they open back up. Yes, he is willing to lend us some of his incense. It will take about a day to be able to get the rest that we need for the spell. Which is good unless we end up needing to leave the city.
She probably. Maybe that's just something a bridge we cross later.
I let him know to go ahead and start doing it because I figured it was better to just get him to do it now and not need it later. Have it and not need it.
That's pretty smart.
Why, thank you. I like to think so. She says, kind of cheekily at you.
Flit, completely no-selling it. You're quite welcome. I do think you're quite smart.
Diana kind of nudges you, Corey. You hear that? Flit thinks I'm smart.
She can think you're smart. I know you are.
Oh, mademoiselle. You flatter me.
Corey just bats her eyes at Diana jokingly. Mm-hmm.
As much as I love seeing the cute stuff happening in front of us, we do have a timetable.
Yes, I know.
Nethesis speaks up. Yes, you all should go ahead and go. You mentioned you had a spell of trucing, yes? Diana kind of... Oh, yeah. Did anyone want to take it? Because Corey, I know you have it. Or Corvin, I know you have it already.
Does anybody else want it?
No, go on.
He shrugs, kind of takes the scroll, just kind of sits it in one of his coat pockets.
Above game, I was seeing if anybody else wanted it because Corvin already has it.
Yeah,
Corvin's
that's what
going to be with two other
gauging
people
too.
of the party.
I mean, I can take it if need be.
Okay.
I've got a lot of healing items, so I would feel like I was hoarding items if I asked for it, so I'm good.
You guys,
Hi.
you guys got Corey, Corvin, and Diana. Corvin has trucing already to go see Keela. Flit is going to see Baresh. Rovan is going to intercept Sadon while Lily investigates the home. And Sarah is going to the treasury.
Truth be told, if anyone is going to make immediate use out of it, it would probably be Lily.
Yeah, actually, because since she's going to be she's going to be searching the place, that's actually a good thing to have.
I can hold on to it then.
You guys could just give it to her for now, or if you want, because I believe it does last an hour, I will let it last through Lily's part of her investigation. If you guys want to just go ahead and cast it on her. It's your call, of course.
Question, does it need the components for it, or is it
No,
already
because
kind
it's the spell scroll.
Okay.
I never make spell scrolls need components, because I figured that's what the scroll is for, to negate the components.
Fair enough. I've had a couple of DMs that suggested otherwise.
However,
Is why I asked.
the components first trucing is pretty funny. It's an ointment for the eyes that costs 25 gold pieces, made from mushroom powder, saffron, and fat.
Yeah, like you're just dropping clear eyes into your
Pretty
your eye
much.
sockets.
It sounds like you're putting a Vaseline filter on your eyes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
You get to see ghosts, so yes.
Yeah. So it's y'all's call if you want to just give it to Lily or go ahead and cast it on her.
I'm fine with the cast.
Yeah.
Lily, are you opposed to this?
Not opposed.
Okay. You all go ahead and take the scroll and you cast Trucing on Lily. Lily, go ahead and pull up the spell, just for reference. But you have True Sight for a range of 120 feet for the next hour. That also works. Thank you, Corbin. You can notice secret doors hidden by magic, and you can also see into the ethereal plane. As you it feels a bit weird on your eyes at first, because it feels almost heavy in a way, almost like a migraine, and you kind of blink a few times, and then you start seeing slowly shifting, cascading colors around. You see small wisps. You can see sort of like the magical essence that is beginning to form around this room. Lily, I'm gonna DM you something.
Yay.
I need to actually check something. Hold on. You all discuss amongst yourselves for a second. I actually need to double check a thing. Apologies.
All right. So here's a question. I know. So Keela is succeeded his father, who was the original person who ousted Corey, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
So
because he was originally the only person in charge.
gotcha. Like, and I know his health has been failing in a way. Have we been briefed on what he's been up to this whole time?
No.
I was going to only assume that he's been just slowly sitting there stewing and, well, whatever he's got going on.
He's just been in a
Corey knows some of what his deal is, but not enough to make any major assumptions as of yet.
He's just been rocking in his chair for like 5 months.
Nope, not going to get out of my chair.
Not getting out of my chair.
Also, Tart, it's getting close.
Okay.
I'll mute for now, but
Yeah. Go ahead. We will do your section when you get back. Sound good?
if time allows, just do it. Just go on without me. Corvin will probably just be there, inciting when need be.
Okay.
Alright.
We will make do, but I'll try to save it so that you can be here for it.
Good deal, and thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Above game, Joe has to leave for a little bit. The party already knows this. Let me
Yep.
see. Okay. Never mind. Continuing. Sorry, I had to double check a thing in my notes. do a good stretch. Okay. Lily, as you're kind of looking around the room with True Sight, you begin to notice a sort of almost like a fog that billows throughout the room. One different from the cascading colors you can see, like looking out the window and such. You're not exactly sure on its origin.
Lily's just gonna kind of look around. Am I, supposed to see fog?
Good talk, everyone.
Sorry, I just don't know what to say.
I mean, that's kind of it, though. None of you really know, because none of you have really messed with this spell before.
So just fog.
It's Lily. It's almost it's a faint fog. That. Go ahead. Here, I'll tell you what. Go ahead and make me. I'll say a perception check. With, I will give you advantage because you have the effect of the spell.
Nat 20?
Yep. You can tell that the nature of this fog is just within this room, and it seems to sort of billow out into other rooms in this home. It's a sort of like quartz pink in nature, or in color.
It's like a pinkish fog. It doesn't look like it leaves the home, but
I'm gonna send you a message, Lily.
you were doing that anyway.
I know. Well, I had to double check something. I had to double check something, and it didn't line up, so I was like, okay. Continuing,
not
and now I
going
had to
up
send
to
you
the
something
message.
different. Do with that as you will.
Oh, Lily just kind of squints. Like, the squint when you're, like, trying to see something, but you're blind as fuck and can barely see it.
Ironic, considering the circumstances.
Yeah. Would you believe me if I said the walls look like they may be breathing? Her pitch is just going up and she's getting quieter.
Nithis sort of looks at you. I believe that is due to the arcane nature of my house, as well as your true sight. You're able to see the magical foundation of this building. This house has several enchantments on it, so that's likely what you're noticing.
So you're telling me this house is alive?
In a sense, it's not alive
The table
necessarily.
softly.
It's what's that?
Lily just pats a table softly.
The table doesn't move. More specifically, you notice that the table does not have the same like pulsating movement.
Go pet the walls. Got it.
The house is not alive, no, but due to the immense amount of magic placed upon it, true sight will likely begin to obscure your vision with such.
To know. This is really weird. Not used to seeing that. Look, I'm a gnome. I have pretty good sight, but that's a new one.
Meanwhile, like, I imagine the rest of the party is just kind of like sitting there watching as all this is being taken in, kind of like watching someone experience drugs for the first time.
That's kind of what's happening, yes. That being said, gang, what do you want to do? You all begin to go your separate ways?
I think so.
Yeah. We must get to work.
As Lily, your eyes begin to sort of hold onto Nithis and the walls around you, you feel bit drugged out of your mind. You're unsure what's real, what's not, and eventually you feel a hand sort of like lift you up. Come on, Lily. We must go.
Yeah, that's probably... Yeah. It's overwhelmed. Small and overwhelmed.
Lily, as Rovan sort of exits the home with you, you see this sort of fog begin to slowly billow out from the interior of the house onto the streets. And you look back at what you saw before and see it continuing to enshroud the interior of the home. And it's in a way very, very menacing. And you're not exactly sure what's causing it. You're still unsure as to the origin. But it is very odd. But with that...
Just kind of swallows.
Mm-hmm. What's your passive perception, Lily?
16.
16. I need to DM you one more thing.
I feel special tonight. On an unrelated note, I am upset that I missed on Crumble's cookie this week. There was a French toast cookie. I'm sad. I will cry over this French toast cookie.
Rip cookie.
Do that as you will.
Okay.
Okay.
I will mark that in my actual notes.
Okay. With that being said, the collection of you all begin to head out on your way to begin the second stage of your investigation. And I think that is a good point to take our bio break.
Yo, let's go.
Bye-yo.
That conversation took a
Bye-yo.
bit longer than I think we all expected, especially at the end there, which I apologize for. But I sort of realized something. I was like, oh god, I can't not give this to Lily. Of course she's gonna see all the magical shit in this home. You kidding me? She's got true sight. But that being said, I need to pee, so I will be right back.
I remain. How's it going?
Marked everything in my notes.
You know, I hate to use a Rick and Morty reference because I don't really like that show, but I feel like getting true sight is the equivalent of experiencing true level.
It's pretty much like Lily has just gotten some really good shrooms. She's
I
seeing shit.
I imagine so. Very punctual shrooms. It lasts exactly 1 hour. Damn, that spell is going to be so nutty when we're just using it in rotation.
It will be. I don't think Lily will ever get used to it. Lily's
I
just
mean,
gonna be like, "This is a fucking trip, man."
I mean, admittedly, using that in like a spellcaster's tower or whatever, like domicile, it's got to be one of the worst places to do it. Because when you see nefarious illusions, they're usually there to hide something, you know? But when you see through beneficial illusions, they're there to because you don't want to know how a hot dog gets made.
Oh, I'm back. Wow, you guys are talkative.
Welcome back. You have missed the conversation we had by about 30 seconds.
Fuck. Was it a good conversation? What was it about?
True sight mostly.
True Sight is a very interesting spell.
Mm-hmm.
Very good one.
It is a very good one. It's one of those rare combinations of spells that simultaneously ruin but enhance the DM's plans.
Correct. Is everyone here? I know we're still missing Joe, but he's gonna be gone for a while. Quick roll call. CG.
Eh?
Punk. Punkles. No Punkles yet.
I'm back.
Oh, there's Punkles. And River. I watched River's thing light up and didn't hear a single sound.
I heard it. It was very quiet,
There they are.
though.
I
I
see.
heard something. It was muffled.
I see.
I'm not even that far from my microphone.
There you
With that being said, let's get back into it. You all begin to separate and begin to comb throughout the streets to your proper locations. We're gonna roll to see who we start with. There are only a few options considering that there's currently only 3 of you. We're gonna start with Flit. Flit, you begin to make your way to Baresh Starburn's I would call it manor, but it's more or less just a slightly bigger house. Within the tech district. The tech district is not quite built the same way as the rest of the town. You can see that it's still very much like in construction, but things are coming along swimmingly from what you're able to tell. The district is being up to the same standard as the rest of the city. It's just taking a bit of time to do so. You make your way to Baresh's manor, and I presume you wish to knock on the door, yes? The door opens, and in front of you stands, rather than a Dune Strider, how do I describe this? Almost like a Aztec warrior of sorts. Very different armor and sort of display in this warrior from what you've seen throughout the rest of the city. You can see that they're very much still like of a elite ranking with just by the way they carry themselves, but they're not quite the same as the Dune Striders you've been seeing throughout the city. They look to you. A sort of looks to appear to be a Goliath man of sorts. Not quite as tall as Rovan, but definitely of the same build. Can I help you?
Hi. I was brought in to help solve some problems in the city. I was wondering if I could talk to Baresh.
They kind of look you up and down. One moment. And they don't slam the door, but they close it with enough force that it kind of leaves you like, okay. You stand there for probably about another minute or two. You can sort of see the occasional person kind of walk out and past the front of the house and kind of give you the odd look, just like, that person's just standing there.
And not menacingly.
And not menacingly. eventually the door opens again, and you're instead presented with Baresh Starburn. Ah, Flit. It's good to see you. Please, come in.
Flip will follow.
He quickly
What's it look-
closes the door behind you. Go ahead, make me an insight check.
Insights. That is a natural 20.
He's with with his demeanor in the way that he closes the door behind you, he looks afraid, actually.
Afraid, you say?
He quickly shuts the door behind you and begins to lock it. And he turns to you and goes, "Good, one of you was here.
I'm sorry, what? What's going on?
Something has come up. I found something. I was going to come see you all, but I'm glad to see that fortune has favored me this day." And he goes through one of his coat pockets and he hands you a letter. "I got home not too long ago and I found this on my desk.
Flip will take it and read it, I suppose.
Above game, give me one moment. I appear to have lost the letter." Oh no, I have it.
Yeah,
I was looking at the wrong file. We're good. I'm going to send this to you, Flip. You can read it out loud if you wish.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as I find your name, there you are. Oh god, hold on. There we go. If you wish to read it out loud, you can, or you can keep it to yourself.
Flip takes a look at this and just kind of parses that. Who's the shadow?
I don't know. I really don't know. I can imagine probably the same one who stole the tribute, judging by what's written on that note.
It seems to say that you were a part of this.
But I'm not. I know you can only take me at my word unless I show you around, but I just came to this city. My people just found a new home for themselves. Why would I go against it and try to destroy it? With a dragon of all things. My people would suffer losses too.
Truth be told, that's kind of why I wanted to come talk to you. I figured of anyone that had anything, like, you would be one of the people with most to lose in this situation, and you're an outsider who just joined recently. It seems like this has been a problem since before then, so you seemed like a logical choice for someone who wouldn't be involved, but if this is true.
Someone broke into my home to leave this for me. Why? Is this to plant evidence? To perhaps if you all were to come here before I returned home and had found it?
Do you, did you figure out how they got in? Where they got in?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
That's why I'm so fearful. All the doors were locked, all the windows were locked. But I presume somebody with a name like The Shadow could have gotten in through a number of means. Nobody reported anything. Nobody saw anything. know what to do.
I don't know either. There are a couple ideas. Well, unfortunately, at the moment, like, I don't think we could. We couldn't take you to like the rest of the group. We've all split up in our investigation, but I could spend some time and act as bodyguard until I think they reconvene. At least to help, you know, put you at ease, I guess.
I would appreciate that. I'm not. I should. You can see he sort of begins to recompose himself. I'm not fearful for my life. I've been in many a conflict before. However, this feels different, sinister. And if it's related to what's going on with Ocathion, I mean, this can only mean poor things for our future. Part of me... You see, he sort of begins rubbing the bridge of his nose. Part of me wants to go meet them. But I know that that's a foolish action.
If someone were to catch you, that would be basically an admission.
Exactly. But I feel like we can't ignore this.
Here, how about this? Let's go through this letter bit by bit and see if we can't glean anything from it, okay?
Right, yes, of course.
Okay.
Come, this way. Let's discuss in my office. Actually,
We'll follow.
perhaps my office isn't the... Oh, I hate this. Somebody broke into my home and now I have to pretend like everything's alright to keep up an image.
Quick question: how far are we from the city outskirts, or exiting the city?
You're closer to exiting the city here than you have been at any other point today. That being said, it's still a few minutes walk. You're not super close, but you're not super far either. It'd maybe be like a 5-minute walk.
We could, if you're concerned about this place, we could head out to the outskirts of town and talk there.
What if that's what they want, though? They want me to get fearful and leave.
I mean, that's a good point, but at the same time, when we start thinking like that, everything seems like that's what their plan is. Staying here could be their plan, and they're just using mind games on you. Where would be a good place? Public, but yet no one would really pay attention.
Let me make a roll for him. That's a very good roll. He sort of thinks for a moment, and then he begins to sort of wave a finger at you. Choir has disbanded for the night. Likely, with how long everyone was there, they're unlikely to return to that building for some time. Not until Theoden returns, at least. You could potentially discuss there if you wish. That could give us some privacy.
That might be the best place.
Alright. Let me grab a couple things and we can head out that way.
Okay. So, while that is going on,
Mm-hmm.
let me see. I'm just seeing if I have anything.
His house even just like standing where you are, you can tell is not to the size of some of the other places you've seen. It's more comparable to the size of Dune's place, in that it's just a slightly bigger home rather than a manor like in Nithysis's place.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't take you long to come through this floor if you wanted to.
Sure, I'm not going to be going like in depth, considering he could just come back at any point.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess I'd like to roll a perception check to just kind of like get an idea of what's happening here, what's going on, if there's anything out of place.
Make me an investigation check.
Oh boy. 8.
You begin to sort of give the rooms a once over and kind of continue moving. It's kind of hard to determine if things are out of place because you've never been in here before, so you're just like, well, what was that in it? Is that where it was to begin with? I don't know. But you notice, like, the obvious. There's no broken furniture, no broken windows, no glass among the floor, no doors. All the doors, as you're kind of walking, you notice, are shut. Some of them are locked. You don't know if that was done before you arrived, or if that was, or before he got back, or if he did that after he got back.
Gotcha.
But going through, nothing seems like if he had pretended to like be chill about the whole thing, I mean, this would certainly play to his advantage. Nothing seems wrong.
Is the guard still here?
Yes, the one guard is still there. He's just kind of standing by the doorway. As you go through, you do see that there is another one standing by the back door. You don't know if there are any more throughout the home, but these are the only two on the first floor.
Is there a spot where I don't have to be just completely gone, but like maybe not an immediate view of a guard?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So I'm just gonna like dip out into like a bookshelf or something,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm just gonna whisper, "Hey, Toshi."
Toshi begins to sort of wriggle from under your cloak, and his little head pops out.
Hey there. I have a feeling that we're gonna be making use of your wonderful gift here in a little bit. You think you're up for it?
He mlems a little bit, and then he kind of nods. Yes.
Okay. We're gonna be going somewhere. I'd like for you, if you can, and you can do this in any shape you want. I'd like for you to follow us, and just kind of keep an eye out. Is that okay? Think you can do that?
He nods again. I nod. I did a nod, and I realized you couldn't see it.
All
Yes,
right.
he nods almost excitedly.
I thought you'd like that. And she'll give him a little, tiny little, like, scritch under his chin, and then give him a limp.
You feel his foot begin to thump on your shoulder a little bit, and then he mlems you back.
Okay, I'm gonna go back in, and I'm gonna go back in, and I'll trust you to watch my back. And she'll just kind of set him down on the floor where he can run free.
Okay. You watch as he quickly scampers off into a small crook in the floor, somewhere where he won't be spotted, at least immediately.
Okay.
As you're doing that, Baresh sort of comes around the corner. You can see at his side he has a longsword.
Mm-hmm.
And around his neck you see what appears to be a holy symbol. Go ahead and make me a religion check, if you wish.
power of religious comprehension compels me with a natural 20.
Ooh, good shit.
There's been a
Good.
lot of nat 20s tonight.
There
The roleplay
has.
is generous.
You recognize this symbol. The symbol itself, it's balanced scales resting on top of a warhammer. You recognize this as, you don't know why the fuck you know this, but you recognize this as the symbol of Tyr, god of justice. You know that Tyr is a lawful good god, as well as one that is appropriate for the war domain, which you know that you know above game that he is a cleric of.
Right. I picked it up while I was listening to one of Diana's sermons.
Mm-hmm.
Or, yeah,
Something like that.
yeah, something like that.
You liked the name.
Yeah. But there's a look of acknowledgement in Flit's eyes, and she looks back. Are you prepared to go?
I think so. Yes.
It would probably be better if we left the guards.
Make me a persuasion check.
Okay.
I'm gonna say flat.
Oh, 4. Wonderful.
Ah,
I will roll for him still to see if he rolls lower. He didn't roll lower, but by God, he almost did. You got a 5. So he goes, no, I would like for them to follow us, if that's all right. They don't have to come with us into the council chambers, but I'd still like them with us.
Okay. If you think that's best, I will acquiesce. I don't know where I picked up
It's
that
a
word.
matter of image.
Okay. Then, just be careful. After all, we don't know what they want, and simply leaving the house might be what they're after.
Right. Alright, he kind of rolls his shoulders. Flit, he's not wearing armor. He's wearing almost like a vest of sorts, but you hear when he rolls his shoulders the sound of plates. Like
Flit is going
armor
to-
plates.
Flit is going to do that, like, I'ma touch it, finger poke to, like, his chest area. Do I?
No. What do you what?
It's like, I was just wondering if I felt anything, like, if I made contact with anything.
You do feel a slight layer of something above his clothing.
And her curiosity sated and kind of getting a good situation. She just kind of looks like a moment of realization. It's like, oh. And then, that's smart.
Figured it was worth investing in.
All right. I took care of something on my end. So, let's see if a move is made. And we'll make our way to the, I almost said auditorium. That is not what that is.
Well,
Count.
it almost is.
Make our way to the council chambers.
Right. And the two of you begin to move along. If you wish to keep track, I would like 2 things. He is going to assist you for both of these. To keep up this sort of guise of nothing wrong, I would like for you to make me a deception check. He is going to assist you, so you will have advantage. So we'll start with that.
Okay, go, known liar Flit. Oh, 20.
Hey, good. It's not necessarily you like being a liar and being like, ha ha ha, yeah, good one. It's more him having a conversation with you and you being like, yes, yes, I agree, and like nodding, just going along with it. And as the two of you walk, you both begin to watch and sort of every now and again he'll kind of look over his shoulder. The two guards with you sort of follow about 10 feet behind. And every now and again you'll look back and you'll see a tiny lizard sort of scampered in the dirt, continuing to follow you.
What a good boy.
Go ahead and if you want, either you can make a perception check and he can as well, or he can assist you and you can make one with advantage.
I'll take one with advantage.
Go for it.
A 25.
25. As you walk, you do see a few individuals, especially in the tech district, as you guys are kind of making your way through there, who sort of not necessarily stop you, but kind of like point out and be like, oh, that's Lord Starburn, or that's Chief Starburn. Who is he walking with? Blah blah blah. Just people being like, what is happening? You know, kind of like in awe. And then occasionally somebody will call out like, thank you for your service today, Chief Starburn. We had a bit of trouble with our harvest, but you were able to provide us with the resources we need. And he would kind of like wave and be like, you are very welcome. I'm glad I could assist you. And then he'll go back to your conversation. This sort of cycle continues for the time that you go throughout the district, significantly calming down once you enter the rest of the city. You do see like the odd person kind of looking at you guys like, holy shit, that's a member of the Lunar Choir. Who is he talking with? I don't know that person. Just kind of like the odd gaze. Nobody really says anything to you once you enter the main city, and the conversation between you two begins to die down somewhat as there's less attention on you. But eventually, after about a 20-minute walk probably, you both make it to the chambers. You never saw anyone following you. That sets you at a bit of ease.
I didn't catch anyone on our way over, so...
Neither did I. Seems we're in the clear, at least for the moment. He sort of turns to his guards. You two, stay out here. Don't let anybody enter, even if they're a member of the choir. One of them kind of begins to go, but sir, even if they're one of the choir. He sort of like backs down. Yes, sir. And they begin to stand at the door. And the two of you enter. Do you wish to keep Toshi outside, or do you want Toshi to follow you in?
I think I'd like Toshi to come in.
Okay. Just as the door begins to shut, Toshi sort of slithers in through the last little crack in the door.
I feel like he just kind of climbs up under my robes as he would.
Mm-hmm.
And go ahead.
The two of you walk out into the sort of main chamber that you were in before, when all of them were having their adjoined meeting, and they gave you all permission to investigate. And he sort of looks around, kind of listens quietly for a few moments. You seem to be all right. Let's not dally, though.
All right. So let's go over this bit by bit.
Yes.
The job has been done. I can only imagine that's alluding to the theft. But
That's my assumption as well.
this couldn't be anything else that you could think of?
I'm gonna make a roll for him real quick. No, not that I can think of.
This is pretty. This whole thing is pretty vague, and we might just be. I don't know.
Kind of
What's-
begins shaking his head. No, I don't know what else it could refer to.
Can I get an insight on that real quick?
Sure, go for it.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that one. I was
What's
like, oh. He seems to not know.
Okay. All right. Money was out at the mountain altar, just like you said. So, what this is kind of telling me is, if this someone is trying to frame you, says that you're acting as a middleman. And where's this mountain altar?
Mountain
Do you know?
altar. Gonna make another roll for him. Ooh, that's a good roll. I believe it's in reference to a small ruined temple, a couple days up north, perhaps northeast, just outside the edge of the desert. It's the only thing I can imagine. There's a massive mountain range to our north, so I can only presume.
Would you say it's like a day's journey by mount or something?
Let me make another roll for that. By mount? Perhaps, yes. Provided you didn't have any issues, any poor weather or any attacks on the way.
Okay. Mountain Temple would probably be pretty abandoned if it was a drop place, so I assume there's in disuse, just a ruin.
I've only been there one time, but that is what I remember, yes.
Okay. We'll move on from that. You never told me a dragon was involved, so that one's pretty obvious. She thinks about. That just seems like a poor decision, honestly. You think, like, if someone was trying to frame you, right? Wouldn't the you that they're trying to create be smart enough to inform this shadow? I don't know.
Look, you're just as lost as I am.
It's okay. We're just trying to sort things out. But this next bit is probably the more interesting part. He'll recognize my scent. So, this implies that whoever the shadow is has history with the dragon.
I was
So-
thinking it probably the scent he left, she left, whoever the shadow is, on the altar itself when they took the tribute. That's what I was thinking.
Oh, I see. So it's not a matter of they know this scent in particular, just that they'll have the scent that they can identify with.
That is what I believe, yes.
Okay. That would also explain why Orcathian might have known it was just an elf. He just identified the scent.
He begins to sort of kind of run his hand along his face. Kind of his fingers kind of coursing through his beard. He looks lost, but he's definitely thinking.
Right.
That seems to
Might-
line up in my eyes at least.
I have a question above.
Sure.
How common is it known that dragons have a very strong, like, capacity to smell scent?
I would say that that's it. Common is not the right word. I would use the word that I would use would be logical.
Okay.
Because I mean, like, you're not gonna you typically wouldn't see a dragon and be like, yeah, that dragon has a bad sense of smell. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I gotcha. Might keep the tribute as hazard pay. So, disgruntled employee, I guess.
Seems to be the case, yes.
This person. Sorry, I'm approaching this from understanding if this were the case, like if this were true, and apologies, but if you were guilty. So, if this, it's clear that the money isn't the issue. This person would be more interested in the damage done to you by keeping the tribute as hazard pay, and just the tribute being off the table.
They seem to be looking out more for themselves, yes.
Meet me tonight at Keg Smasher Tavern so we can finish our business. Midnight, come alone. The Shadow. What a gaudy name.
You hear a small stifled laugh from him at that. It's a bit of a name, yes.
One second.
Presumably this individual was still waiting on the rest of their payment for a job well done.
Presumably.
Why pin it on me? I mean, obviously it's to scrub the record clean of whoever this letter was written by, or whoever commissioned it.
Well,
Why
there's
me?
There's three ways to think about it that I can guess. Either to incriminate you so that people will have a more negative stigma against your people. That's the worst option. It could just be that since you're the newest, you would be the most suspect, and that they think they could get away with it by choosing you. And, you know, maybe they're just selfish and don't have an ulterior motive. And three, you might have just been convenient. This person was able to get into your house after all. So, if it's that easy for them to just get in, they may have just taken it may have just been like, oh, I need someone in particular. Hey, I could just get into Barish's home.
I want you to be real with me for a moment. Am I in danger? As I mentioned before, I don't fear for my life, but I fear for my people. If I were to die at the hands of this shadow or whoever, the fate that would befall my people, I can't let that happen. Not after all the work we did to bring them here. The sacrifices we made.
Let's kind of think for a second. I don't... Are you in danger? Probably not. But I think you're right that if you were to go and be discovered, then, well, every one of your fears might come true, and that you would be in danger.
So what am I to do? Do I find another place to stay the night tonight? Do I pretend that nothing's happened and sleep in my own home? I don't know how I could sleep at all with the knowledge that somebody was so easily able to enter my home.
But thanks for a second. know, that for the time being, we should just assume that your home is compromised, I guess is the word. There's got to be like an inn or something around town.
There's the tavern, but the city doesn't have many uses for inns, as usually for traders or people who are here for a small amount of time. Keg Smasher Tavern is the go-to place.
And of course, we can't use that.
Correct. I could perhaps confide in another choir member, see if they would let me stay with them for the night.
Possibly. You could also simply, well, I suppose leaving town would probably be a bad idea. And I don't mean like far out of town, just go camping for the night or something. We did that once though, and it kind of ended badly, now that I think about it.
I would ask my people for shelter for the night, but I fear that may set them on edge.
Do you have any outstanding business that can be done? If you're concerned about someone's safety and you wanted to say, this person might be weighing that if you were to make a suspicious move, that it would be taken against you, right? What if you didn't have a suspicious move? If you had a real something that you had to do, not even made up, but real something.
Like what?
I don't know. Choir business. Perhaps, I don't know. Working on some new housing project for your people, and you came to see it, and you didn't realize how late it was, or
I could use this to play into the idea of confiding in another member. We could simply state that it was a late night business arrangement, and I stayed the night as we worked into the wee hours of the morning.
possibly. Look, I'm gonna look over my notes real quick.
Absolutely.
Well, do you have anything with, we can work with something with, oh, I have an idea. What is it? There's a Lotus Festival coming up, right?
Yes.
This would be your first time, like, being a part of the city when that happens, right?
Well, yes and no. That's a long story, though.
One of the options for a reason is you could be talking. I went and spoke with Dune earlier today. You could say that you have a pretty valid reason to go talk to them about being a part of this upcoming festival, though you seem to indicate it's not as cut and dry as I'm thinking.
Dune is a potential candidate.
We also
Nithis
talk-
and Taneri have also been rather open to me. I can only assume the same of Ludric as well.
Teneri would also be a good pick. Admittedly, Cora was talking with her, and we didn't expect there to be anything, but I also kind of expected them to just kind of, be friends instead of putting the screws into Teneri. But that would also be a good pick if you could think of some business that you need to spend with her. But Flip kind of thinks for a second. I'm also curious about this meeting, because I think holding up the choir member is a good idea. I really do think so. But that leaves the question of, what happens if you don't go? this is evidence, but it has to be a bait and a trap, right?
Or it could be a ruse to make us think it is a trap. And in fact, the trap is not going to begin with. They could have more on me that they could be holding in the event that I don't show up. That could end up on Eno's doorstep or Kila's.
Maybe. I had a thought, though. What if we did both?
I don't understand.
Toshi?
You watch as Toshi forms into a second flit next to you, kind of like with their arm up on your shoulder, and Baresh looks at you like, whoa.
This is my good pal Toshi.
Yes, I can see that. Hello, Toshi. Toshi looks at him and goes, hey.
You can
this is
probably
weird.
guess where I'm... You should have been there with my my friend Rovan. It really got his head spinning. But if we were to send a duplicate, and kind of gestures over to Toshi, to meet at the place, but we also had someone who saw you go into Taneri's house, or to Dune's house, or whatever, that could help cover your tracks, and we could also see if there's some trap involved.
That does seem like a solid plan, yes. Alright, I will trust you on this. I will go wherever you see me fit, and you'll... Toshi, and you watch as Toshi kind of like gets up in his face and begins to kind of look him over, kind of like goes around him once and twice, and you can see he's kind of taken aback, like, this is what they normally do? And then Toshi slowly but surely morphs into a perfect image of Baresh and begins to mimic his movements as he sort of leans forward. Oh, that is jarring. And Toshi speaks up. Yes, indeed, this is quite odd. Oh, you're mimicking my voice as well. You know, Flit, I'm not sure if I like this plan anymore. Toshi turns to you. Flit, I think this is a great plan.
I mean, I agree. I think this is fantastic.
Baresh looks at you. I feel like this is now out of my control.
Well, I don't know, Baresh. Do you feel like this is out of your control? Looking over at Toshi.
I think it's perfectly within my control now. Baresh looks at Toshi. Alright, you're going to need to stop and take a step back. I'm going to need you to take about 20% off the top, please.
Flick kind of looks over to Baresh. Sorry, we both have a lot of fun with this one.
No, this is certainly an effective strategy. It's just weird to look at. Toshi goes, what's
Alright.
weird about it? Baresh doesn't even acknowledge him. So,
Alright.
that being said, above game. Where do you want Baresh to take refuge at? Because you have a few places.
Taneri would probably be the most reliable.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to grab her, though. I feel like I had a connection with Dune, but I also don't know Dune's take on Baresh.
Mm-hmm. He did suggest Nithis as well.
You know what? I think I might go with Nithis because Nithis is also, like, they were part of that clandestine get-together.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna roll for it.
Okay.
I don't know. I see good reasons all around, so I'll just roll for it.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 5, so that's Nithis.
Okay. Right. I will head for there. You two. And he looks to you, Flint, and he looks back to Toshi, and then he kind of looks back to you again. And then he watches his eyes kind of like uncontrollably look back to Toshi. God, that is so strange.
Wait. She has a minute of realization. Wait, I just thought of something. I don't want to sound like a negative person, but if someone could get into your house magically, Nithis of the three of them would be someone who could, wouldn't they?
I would assume so. She's a very powerful caster from what I've been able to tell. Flint, you've seen her cast... I mean, she teleported you guys from the castle to here.
Exactly. So, she's like... I still think I trust her, but even so, just to be on the safe side, I know what the capabilities of... Were there any plants in his room by any chance? Like in his house?
In his room?
In his house.
In his house? In his house, yes. You don't know about his room.
Okay. After thinking about it a little bit, she's gonna go, you know what? I think maybe we should just go to Teneri instead. That sounds like, from what I know of her, that sounds like the most you're just gonna walk out with a bit of a hangover.
You see, he kind of thinks for a moment. Perhaps with recent events, that might not be a bad idea. I could use a drink.
She nods. What time is it?
At this point, the sun has gone down. It's probably around 7-ish. So you have some time.
Okay.
It's not super late into the evening.
And she's gonna take the note. I'm gonna hold on to this, okay? I want to show my friends, but I also think it's gonna be needed if we're gonna. And she hands it over to Toshi, who just kind of holds on to it. I also think that's kind of needed for the illusion, right?
Agreed. Alright. Well, I wish the two of you luck. I will head for Lady Waterskip's residence.
Okay.
So, above game, I just want to confirm. He's heading to Taneri's. You're going with Toshi, though. Yes?
Yes, I feel like I'm going to kind of be hanging out in the shadows somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And just kind of watching as if this thing takes place.
Okay. And you do have some more time. You have a rather hurry chunk of time before that happens, but this is your plan for now. You have a bit of time to think and prepare if there's anything else you want to do. But, that being said, let's go ahead and pull away to our next individual. Let's go ahead and we'll go to Lily. Lily, you've finally got put down by Ravon, who you're kind of looking around, you're seeing all the different aspects of the city itself. You're seeing the sort of wisps and different colors of the ethereal plane begin to move around. You can see a couple of individuals who seem to have like illusion magic on to even if it like very simple to sort of disguise individual things about themselves. Like you can see that there's like a dragonborn who it's a white dragonborn who has a tail, but as you look at them, you see that their tail is actually very much more of a stump. It looks like it maybe got cut off or something, and they have this illusion to make it seem like their tail has been fully grown and is fine. You can see that there is an individual who has a very large gut, but they've done some sort of magic to where it looks like they are quite thin. It's fascinating to watch as you kind of comb through the city streets, and it's nothing you've really ever experienced before. And Ravon kind of nudges you at one point. Hey, are you all right?
Just maybe realizing people are a little shallow.
What is your deal back there?
I
You
don't
said
know.
the walls were breathing and there was fog. I didn't really get it.
So, there's a lot of magic. Like, a lot of magic.
Yes.
And all of it just swirling around. It was a little, menacing.
All right.
I don't know if it was bad, so to speak.
I don't know. All I know is that she has good tea cakes.
I can agree there.
I mean, she said it's like she said her house does have a lot of magic in it, just as you said as well. I'm sure it's fine.
Like, I see there's a lot going on around.
Oh, come on. What's the worst that can happen? In traditional J. Frost fashion.
There's an everything that has gone wrong.
What? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. Do you walk on a bit longer and eventually you come to your stop, Lily? Ravon kind of turns to you. Alright. You go, and I will meet up with you later. I am going to attempt to figure out how to distract what was his name again? Sedon?
Yes, Sadon Cloudfang.
Right. Right, that's one. I will try to remember his name for when I meet him. But I wish you luck. Don't die.
I'll do my best.
And Ravon takes his leave to go intercept Sadon. Lily, you are standing out on the outside of a rather traditional looking manor. Very, like, old-timey. It's made out of, like, wood rather than the sandstone you've seen before. Like, wood and brick, mortar and pestle. Mortar and pestle is not what I'm talking. Fucking idiot. That's whatever. But you can see there's like a small iron fence around the property. It's nothing huge, but it's, you can like easily look at this and be like, someone wealthy lives here, compared to looking around at the rest of the buildings and the rest of the houses. What do you wish to do? You can see out by the gate there is one Dune Strider, and then kind of looking through the gate you can see by the front door there is another. So unless you want to get into a skirmish, it seems like the front door is out.
I would like to see if I could find another way in.
Okay. Go ahead and make me perception or investigation. I'll let you pick.
I will choose perception.
Okay.
$24?
Nice. You begin to circle around sort of between a couple houses to try and get to where the back of the building would be. Are you keeping on the outside of the fence, or are you going to try to hop the fence once you find a place where there's no one there?
I think I will continue to skirt the outside of the fence to see if, like, there's, instead of hopping over, a way through it.
Okay.
To avoid making noise.
Yeah. You begin to move around the outside of the house, and eventually you get to the point where you come to the conclusion that there is no way through it. If you want to get through the fence, you're going to have to go over it. But as you look around, you do see that there are two rooms. One on the first floor with a window that is slightly ajar, and then a balcony on the second floor with what appears to be a glass door. You don't know where it goes. There are also other windows, but you can easily tell that you'll have to either break them or attempt to lift them or open them without making noise to get through. In terms of ways in, these seem to be your two most ideal means of entry. What do you do?
I would like to stealth first.
Okay. Good call. Go ahead and make me a stealth check. If it's a door, how can it be a jar? Joke's on you, it's a window.
26.
Okay. As the sun has gone down, this bright fucking pink gnome with a glowing sword slips into the darkness, and you feel rather encompassed in your stealth.
Keep Lily's plus 10 to fucking stealth.
Hey man, somebody's gotta be stealthy when Sarah isn't here.
I am small.
Dude, I want to be known that with if Pass Without Trace, Lily would have a flat 20 to her stealth. She could potentially get a 40 on stealth.
Holy shit.
That's bonkers.
I literally
Nearly
would be
impossible.
the darkness.
Nearly impossible numbers.
I would be darkness.
Dude, even like the gods would kind of look down from the divine plane and be like, where the fuck she go? Hello? Hello?
Her?
But you are in stealth. I presume you would like to attempt to climb over the fence.
Yes.
Go ahead and make me a concept. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead and make me an athletics check. You zap the fence and or you grab the fence and fucking zaps you. Ah!
6.
Alright, now go ahead and make me a con save. Haha! I got you with the debate! It actually is an electric fence!
Is it actually?
Yes, like, for real, make me a con save. I got you with the reverse
11.
psychology. Okay, 11. You do fail. However, you aren't going to take a huge amount of damage. You take... Alright, or I am a liar. As I rolled really well. You take 15 points of lightning damage. As you kind of go to start climbing. And you leap up and you go to grab it. And your hands connect. And you feel a massive surge of electricity course throughout your body. And you quickly being like, fuck. You like just throw yourself upward and over the fence and onto the other side. Your hands are smoking a tad, You said your passive
Yeah,
perception is 16, right?
Yes.
You hear from around on the other side of the house. What was that? Hey, go check it out.
I would like to find a place to hide.
Okay. You are a gnome, so that is not very difficult. Honestly, would the damage break your stealth? I'm gonna say no. So you just kind of being like, shit. You kind of like just go up to where the building is, and you just kind of like throw yourself down in the grass, and you just kind of stop moving, like Gillian the Mist sort of things, like Call of Duty 4.
My hair camouflages.
The bright pink gnome.
How about that? It looks like a flower. I am a field of flowers.
Pretty much. That's exactly what it is. You find a small, like, patch of flowers, like a little garden, and you just fucking dive into it. You end up crushing a few of the flowers, but you do have a hiding spot. You see one of the Dune Striders, the one that was by the front door, sort of come around the corner, and he's gonna make a perception check. Ooh, hold on. I'm mad because he rolled high enough to where I actually now need to fucking look up what his stats are. And that upsets me. Hold on.
I'm holding.
Okay. He looks around. He goes, huh. Must have been a fucking moth or something on the fence. I hate this fence. And he turns around and he begins to walk back. I want it to be known that he got a 23 on his perception check. Like, that was almost really bad.
Fucking
Ooh, baby.
Alright. Anyways, moving on. Now that we've all had a good pants shitting. Lily, he rounds around the corner once again, and you hear from the other side. Looked clear. I think a fucking moth or something landed on the fence and exploded. The other one goes, that sounds about right. I hate this night watch. They sort of go back to what they're doing. You look and you still see the window on the first floor that's slightly ajar. Or, if you want, you do see that there is a drain, like a gutter, along the corner of the building that you could climb to try and reach the second floor.
Does it, can I make an investigation to see if it looks stable?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I would be glad. I would love you to, for you to, after you did investigate the fence. Dude, gotta keep the riffraff out somehow.
11.
You kind of go over to the gutter and you kind of grab it and you kind of shake it a little bit and kind of squeaks a little bit. You are unsure.
Immediately,
I will say, it doesn't, if it is going to collapse, you can tell that it at least won't be immediately.
even upon hearing it squeak, Lily in her head is not saying it out loud. It's like, no, noisy.
Okay. So you're not going to climb it then?
No.
Okay. You begin to make your way to the window. You sort of begin to peer your head in. and you see what appears to be an office. A lot of bookshelves and books in here. A large portrait of some female figure in robes bathing in the moonlight. Go ahead and make me, I'll say, a religion check.
Dirty 20.
Nice. You actually know who this is. This is an artistic depiction of the Moonweaver. The Moonweaver, or Seanin, as she is referred to in some religious text. If you want to know more, I can give you a bit more. In fact, I probably just should, considering the role. Sorry, I started reading, and my brain went whoop. My thought just kind of flew out my head. Seanin, or the Moonweaver, is a chaotic good deity who represents the moon and moonlight, as well as the autumn season. She's widely worshipped by halflings as well as elves. Or at least in some cultures, she's worshipped by them.
So, first, before anything, I would like to cast my, Channel Divinity.
Okay. Awoken heart, and I go smashing
No!
shit.
Empathetic Guidance.
Okay.
It's a +5 to all my, wisdom, or all my insight checks for the
Interesting.
next 10 minutes.
Okay. Absolutely. I just fucking realized something.
Yes.
You have true sight, don't you?
E.
Hey, so, you know that giant portrait of the Moonweaver I mentioned?
Yeah.
You, because of the nature of, true seeing and true sight, you can see directly through it. It's kind of like in, a translucent sort of, almost like a window. And on the other side, you see what appears to be not a room per se, but a small, like, cubby of sorts. And you can see that there's about a 5-foot tall vault door. What would you like to do?
This is crucial.
Mm-hmm. I can give you a bit more information if you want.
How much do I see with true sight?
In this, you just okay, so looking around the office, you can see that there is that sort of magical nature to the room. You can see that the building and the walls are enchanted in some way. You can tell that this is very much like you realize in Nithis' home. It's likely enchantments to keep the place more comfortable, more cool during the hot weather. However, unlike her home, that fog that you noticed before is not there. Looking at the painting itself, above game, I need to remember that True Sight is not necessarily detect magic, and it's a bit weird in that way. Looking at the portrait itself, you can, like I said before, you can see that it is a magical doorway of some sort, that a illusion that you can move through. The vault door on the other side, it appears to have a letter, not padlock, like a combination lock. It is a 7-digit code made of letters. The current letters that you can see right now are N, U, I, W, L, P, Y. Those are the current letters on the lock.
I missed those letters. Is there any way you could possibly put them in the war room for me, pretty please?
Yes, hold on, give me 1 second.
Thank you.
I've missed one. What was it? Oh. Somebody correct me, because I could have easily have fucked that up just now. If nobody else marked it down. What would you like to do, Lily?
This is a big decision.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pick this.
You're going to attempt to pick the lock? Is that what you said?
No, I'm bad at
Oh.
big decisions.
Oh.
Whew.
You still have... This is just one room. You still have the rest of the house if you want to look around.
But I would know this is an office.
This seems
Can
to be
I-
his office, yes.
Okay.
There is a desk, there are a bunch of bookshelves, there are a lot of books. This seems to function as almost like a reading nook, because there is like a small section put off to the side where it's a window and then just a chair that faces the window. And a office itself. Ah, thank you.
My only wish is I had some way to fucking talk to other people, because I am kind of fucked.
Cut to Rovan. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Court? Have I what?
Smash cut to Ravon. So I'm going through a bit of an existential crisis.
Ah, gentleman who just came from a church. You look like you would love to hear about the faith that you really should be following.
Who are you? Please come, let us talk over a drink. I'd
Father,
really
I'd like to
rather
come-
not. I must tell you all about my religious faith. Come with me, my friend.
Just all of a sudden, they just like a groan is heard throughout the multiverse. No one knows where it came from.
Did that just for you, Joe. And I guess Punk as well. What you thinking, Lily?
Above game.
Above game, don't think too hard about it. Like, genuinely, don't think that hard about it.
Do I see if there's any, like, can I see if there's any traps in the room?
I need to pull up True Sight again. I don't think True Sight reveals traps unless they are... hold on. Notices hit secret doors hidden by magic and can see into the ethereal plane. Okay, so it doesn't automatically let you see traps. So if you want to perceive any traps, go ahead and make me an investigation check.
Seven.
You don't see any traps.
I am trying to think of what to do here. And your laugh makes me more concerned!
Yes, but I'm always laughing because I'm a giggly bitch. Like I said before, there is a whole section of the house that you haven't investigated yet. And by the whole section, I mean literally the rest of the house. There's a desk in the room that you can go through if you want. There's a number of things you could do.
I'm still outside the house, aren't I?
No, I've been thinking you've been in the office.
Okay.
I just kind of figured you were. You can leave the house if you want. Just, fuck it, I'm going home.
Well, I am gonna choose to perceive. I'm gonna search around the desk.
Okay. Go ahead and make me another investigation check. 17. As you're kind of going through the desk itself, you find what appears to be a locked drawer. Simple, just a simple drawer with a keyhole embedded in it.
Do I see any signs of a key?
You kind of start peering around the room. I'll let that 17 carry. You don't.
I have nothing to pick locks with.
You have a sword. And a lot of will.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Mm-hmm. You have a sword as well as a strength modifier.
Yes, but
You have a lightsaber.
Look, I am not all brute strength like Ravon. I am trying to be graceful about this.
I was
Well,
about to say, yeah, to be fair, they are trying to, come in and leave without being noticed.
It's a light rapier if you're looking for finesse.
Yes, but I still don't want to break the lock.
You do remember seeing that other room upstairs that you could have entered into? I will also give you, with your 16, you don't hear any movement within the house itself at the moment.
I am going to, presumably, you would like me to re-stealth.
I will say yes. Go ahead and make me another stealth check. Oh no.
I'm gonna use my inspiration to re-roll that.
For the love of God.
We were just bragging about her stuff earlier.
Oh, 22!
22. Okay.
Good shit.
You begin to I presume you're going to leave the room, yes?
Yes.
Okay. You begin to head for the door, and as you do, you accidentally bump a vase on top of the desk, and you quickly, like, you grab it, and you just kind of sit there for a moment. Nothing happens. You slowly move it back onto the desk. And then you continue to head for the door. You slowly turn the knob and open the door, and you kind of look down, and you can see that there is a hallway that seems to lead along the back of the house. There is a way to, there are a couple doors. There's also a way to your left. There's a way to your left directly in front of you, as well as a way to your left a little further down.
Well, I'm gonna try to find my way, I guess, upstairs. I want to see if I can find that other room.
Okay. We can, if you want to, we can circumvent it a little bit. If that is what you wish.
No, I didn't know if there was a way upstairs from downstairs, so...
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is that if you want, instead of laying out like every room and everything you go through, if you want to just like try and look for a way upstairs, I can just let you make a roll for it if you want. If that is what you prefer.
Yeah, because honestly, Lily has no idea what she's specifically supposed to be looking for.
Okay. Go ahead and make me another investigation check. God, don't nat one again. Okay. You kind of start moving down the hallway, and as you do, you kind of peek to your left, and you see that the way that immediately was left to you leads out into a foyer of sorts. And so you go, oh, cool, foyer. That's usually where staircases are in these big rich people homes. And sure enough, when you enter the room, there is a single large stairway that leads upstairs to a sort of landing area. I presume you wish to ascend, yes?
As long as I don't see anyone.
You do not see anyone.
Then yes.
Okay. You begin to move up the staircase, and as you start climbing, you hit one stair. It looks like these stairs are a bit older, like an older wooden staircase, and as you sort of begin to climb, you step on one, and it creaks a little bit. And then you could sort of turn around and you look at the door behind you. Nobody enters. So you keep going. And you eventually make your way upstairs. Go ahead and I'll call this a survival check. And I'll explain why in a moment.
14.
You start thinking back to the layout of the house, and more specifically about where the other room that you had a entranceway to is, and you are able to determine where, like, what the proper door would be for that room in comparison to where you are now, or in orientation to where you are now. You go over and you find said door. You open it, and you see what appears to be a bedroom inside. Big, almost elegant, like master bed. A dresser on one side, a very small desk on the other. You can see that there are 2 end tables. Not a ton in this room, admittedly. But you are able to see that large glass door that you saw before, leading out to the balcony.
Do the side tables have like drawers?
They do, if you wish to investigate.
I wish to investigate.
Okay, go ahead and make me an investigation check.
21.
That's a good roll. You go over to the one on the left, and you start looking through it. You see what appears to be a book, like a piece of religious text. You can just presume, based on what you saw downstairs, that it's about the Moonweaver. You see a couple knickknacks, a couple like pieces of pocket change. Nothing really that interesting. You go over to the other one, and it's empty. You're like, that's odd. So you start kind of combing through it a bit deeper, and you actually kind of put your hand in, and you kind of feel on the top of the drawer a key.
I'm going to take that key.
Okay. You can feel that it was like embedded into the wood itself in this spot.
Like it was purposely made for it.
Yes.
Mm.
It is just a simple silver key.
I'm gonna take that key and presumably go back downstairs to the desk.
Okay.
I'm gonna try it on the desk.
You go down and you try the key on the desk drawer, and it opens right up. You pull the desk or the drawer out, and you find one thing: a journal. A small leather-bound journal that looks a bit old. You can see that it's definitely gotten its fair share of reviews. You start combing through the pages, and you notice that a lot of these date back very, very far, like years and years. And you're just like, man, this guy writes a fucking lot. It's not like a day-to-day diary per se, but you'll see that some entries are like weeks, and in some cases even like a month or two apart. Go ahead and make me one more investigation check.
Well,
You unsure as to what the significance of this is. You start combing through the book itself, and you start combing through the entries. It takes you a little bit of time, more than you would like, and eventually you start hearing the sounds of voices outside, and you start going, shit, shit, shit. But as you do, as you start continuing to comb through, you start getting a bit faster. You come to the final 8 entry of the book, and I'm going to send you something. Actually, I'm going to send it to you, but I am also going to read it out. I will actually put it in lore drops. That's cool.
cool.
It reads, every passing day strains my patience more and more. Eno's barbaric nature continues to put the choir on edge. Meanwhile, Nithis' zealous overconfidence in her own knowledge and capabilities causes her to carry a lack of foresight. I dread any major events in the near future. I am unsure the choir will be able to amicably take action. Something must be done. I thank my summer lotus Lasana for keeping me sane during these trying times. That entry was written 3 days ago. What do you do, Lily?
I definitely don't take the journal because that would spark too much.
I made a major fuck up. I am so sorry. I said that the vault door was a 7-letter code. It is 6 letters. I am so sorry.
Kill him.
Kill him.
I have been working on this puzzle for
It is
minute.
6 letters. I apologize.
Get rid of the offending letter.
Yes, hold on. As soon as I can fucking find it. Hello? I can't find the post. There it is. Nope, that's not it. Where the fuck did it go? What'd y'all do with it? You ate it.
War room.
War room. That's
It
what it
is.
was.
I was about to say, I'm looking at it.
Yeet.
There we go. The Y has been obliterated.
Cool.
Piplup.
That's a good one.
Let me know that's 6 letters.
That's a good one. It is 6 letters. That is true.
I'm not gonna lie. I had Niplu.
I will say for you all, it's not that kind of code. You're not rearranging the letters. It's one of those like scrolling combinations
Ah.
where like you
Oh.
it's like a dial code. There are other letters.
Well, I feel silly.
Okie doke.
No, I should
You
have
got
better
us looking in
explained
the
it. I
right
apologize.
direction.
I should have better
Nah,
explained it.
You're fine. It was just something nice to work on.
All right, Lily. What do you do? You can, I will say, at this point, you begin to hear the sounds of a familiar voice. Oh, come on, just come with me. We can have a drink of sorts. I told you, I don't know who. I don't even know your name. I don't know what business you have with me, but I know that you and your friend should be on an investigation. So if you please. Continue.
Lily is gonna scramble and put the put the diary back.
Mm-hmm.
Lock it.
Mm-hmm.
Do I hear them outside still?
Sounds like they're still outside, yes.
Okay. I am going to go back upstairs and put the key back.
Okay.
Is the glass door, is it locked?
If it is, you are currently inside of it.
The glass door upstairs to
Mhm.
go outside.
Mm-hmm.
Is it locked?
You go over and you try and it is locked, but you can see the lock in front of you.
I'm gonna unlock it.
Okay.
Do I am I on the side that the front door is or the back?
The back door.
Okay.
You're still around the back of the house.
Do I see anyone?
You do not.
I would like to. Okay. I didn't know if you were gonna make me perceive again.
No. With your passive perception, I can tell you that you easily don't see anyone.
How far down is it?
It's about a 15-foot drop. Maybe not. Yeah, I'm gonna say 15 feet. I had to think about it. You also do see off to the side a little bit the gutter, which can still be climbed on if you want.
I would like to check the gutter again.
Make me another investigation check.
Dirty 20.
It does seem it's a little squeaky, but it will not break if you climb it. Specifically, if you climb it.
I'm gonna go down the gutter.
Okay.
My brain's already there 90% of the time anyway.
Go ahead and make me another stealth check.
$14.
Okay. You start climbing down, and as you begin to reach the bottom, it starts squeaking a bit more and more. You kind of, at this point, you're more like, just get out. And you eventually reach the bottom. I assume you are gunning it for the fence, yes? Unless you wish to do something else.
Do I see a tree I could scale over the fence?
You do not.
I don't want to touch the fence.
I'm sorry, alright?
You said it's a... How the fuck am I supposed to...
Come again?
I'm gonna, I guess, jump the fence.
Okay, you're just going to attempt to jump it? Just full on, just jump it?
Well, no, I mean, it's a big fence. I'm a tiny gnome.
It's
If
not.
there's no
It's
other
not
way-
that. It's not that big of a fence. It's not
I'm
super
3
big.
foot tall.
Hmm.
I'm 3 foot tall.
You also have like 1,000,000 in your athletics checks. If you want to
gonna-
attempt to just leap over it, I will totally allow it.
I'm gonna try to just leap over it.
Okay, make me an athletics check.
Money, baby!
You
Hey.
realizing the sense of urgency, you just take a running start on this fence. You stop just before you dip down and you leap on the floor and do a full front flip over the fence and land on the other side just fine. You see one guy like off in the corner who's just like, that was cool. Wait, I don't think you're supposed to. Where? That was cool.
Hey, that's cool. You're under arrest, but that's cool.
Whew. And, gonna try to make my way back around. But is there a way where I'm not, like, coming right out towards the front from, like, the side of the house? Like, a way I can go down?
Yeah, you can go down a bit further and then come around like the long way if you want.
Yes.
Okay, absolutely. You go down the street a bit of ways and then you sort of work around your way around from there, and you eventually meet back up with Ravon, who, looking a bit dejected, like, shit, I couldn't distract him for long enough. And then he kind of sees you and goes, oh, you made it. What did you learn?
Well, first off, electric fences fucking hurt.
I believe it.
Glad I at least wear leather gloves.
Did you learn anything else? He says, looking at you, Kala, hopeful.
I know. I am pulling it up. So, I didn't get to get too much because little legs only get me so far. But there's a vault behind a door. Or behind a picture in his office.
Were you
It's,
able to get inside?
No, it's six letters, and I'm not even sure where to start with that.
I don't know. Well, it is something else we can report to the others. The vault is quite important.
I did get the last diary journal entry from his journal from a few days ago.
Above game, did you rip that page out of the journal, or did you just write it to memory?
Write it to memory.
Okay. Perhaps that will help then.
Lily tried to put everything back as close to possible.
Yes. Well, I suppose we should go meet up with the others then. Lily, it's around this point that your eyes, you start to blink a little bit. Kind of begin getting that like migraine feeling again, and you start blinking a little bit, and the true seeing has faded.
Oh, finally. I can see again.
But you could see it before.
It was too much.
I see. Unfortunate. Well, suppose we can find something else to do. And the two of you begin to move on. We still need to do this scene with Corey, Diana, Corvin, and Keela, if that is okay with everyone. Because I would like to get through everyone's bits today, if everyone's cool to go a bit longer.
Yeah, I'm okay to stay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Me.
I will change our... That's the wrong window. I will change our music a bit more. I've been talking a lot today, so my voice is beginning to get to me. Get that water.
Diago.
Three of you head out to Keela's home. Corey, there is a nagging sense in the back of your mind as you approach the front door of this manor. Knowing exactly the history you have with his father, Rao, you are unsure as to how this conversation can go. Will he be friendly? Will he yell at you the moment you are away from prying eyes? You don't know. But you feel a sense of comfort as a soft squeeze on your hand from Diana sort of makes you feel a bit safer. She smiles at you. You got this, yeah?
I think so. It'll have to be. One way or another.
She nods a little bit. I didn't expect you to come with us, Corvin.
Well, I felt like I needed to apologize to Kira at the very least. Although it did get me in the door with Ulrich, so did what I was supposed to do.
Well, no more waiting around, I guess. Do you want to do the honors, or should I, Corey? Corey.
I'm sorry, I was answering something. I'm so sorry.
All good.
I thought you were addressing. I heard part of it and thought you were addressing Corvin still.
No. She was asking you if you wanted to do the honors of knocking or if you wanted her to.
Sure. She'll give a solid.
Okay. I was sitting here like that didn't answer my question.
I said yes.
You said
Oh,
sure.
sorry. Sorry.
No, it's fine. At this point, I'm being a shit. Okay.
You bastard.
You reach up and you wait a moment. And then the door opens and you see the familiar visage of Kila Surao. Ah, I was wondering when you all would come to see me. I was expecting Reiwa Kore, but I did not expect her to bring along guests.
Is 3 a crowd?
He smiles a bit. In some circumstances, yes, but this should be fine. Come, enter. He steps out of the way and lets you all in.
Corbin will just walk on in.
Same. Making sure to keep her back straight and shoulders back.
Mm-hmm.
Corvin is actually the opposite. His hand, he's doing that arms above, his hands are just kind of resting on the back of his head. He's just being very casual.
Mm-hmm. He kind of walks the three of you over to a sort of sitting space. So, I presume this is not a pleasure visit. You all are investigating, and I assume that in this circumstance I am a suspect.
I mean, to be fair, everybody's a suspect.
Oh, don't
And once
be coy,
this is
please.
over, if it's not you, there may be time for a social call. But again, we are facing a little more.
Well, then please. Sit. Whatever questions you have for me, I'm sure I can do my best to answer. Diana
Well,
kind of...
sorry.
You're good. Diana kind of is... Diana's the first to sit down. She kind of begins looking around the room. The room is... It's less regal than you might have expected, Kore. It's actually fairly... Traditional isn't the word. Simple, I guess?
Cozy?
Cozy is a good word. It's not... You could tell that this is a room he has a lot of business meetings in. It seems to be a room that's specifically like, hey, come here and chat with me for a bit.
Yeah.
But Corbin, please continue.
So I feel like I have to apologize for my actions with earlier today. It was for two purposes. One, I'm not a big fan of protocol, but I could have toned it down a little bit. But it also served a purpose to hopefully win me some form of favor with those who were against us here. And it worked.
Indeed it did. You all certainly made your first impression, or a significant impression when you arrived here. That is true. And while
But
I don't necessarily adhere to, well, let's be frank, the disrespect, I do not hold it against you. This is a very volatile situation we found ourselves in.
So
But-
we've agreed that oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
So we've agreed that our public faces are not necessarily the same energy we're coming here with now.
Correct. I realize that you and your friends intend to help the city, and I wish to do the same. So if there's any way I can assist you, I would like to do so.
Good. So zero bullshit, yes?
Complete.
Gods above,
Correct.
I did not come back to this city with the intention of taking it again.
A direct way of stating, but yes,
I found
no
direct
bullshit.
gets me the best results.
So you're going to be appearing to us in all honesty.
He kind of gives you an odd look. Ah, now I see. Rather than a conversation, this is going to become an interrogation, isn't it?
No, we're just talking.
It's just
And
we want casual. Casual.
as well as
Right.
what's the best way to build a friendly relationship and rebuild a bridge than to be honest with each other?
Plus, you and I have never had bad blood. I have issues with your dad, your father,
Let's not
But- no, no,
discuss
no, no.
my father.
but no. Exactly. It's just with him. So that being said, what can you tell us about your withdrawals from
My...
the treasury?
Ha. So you've seen the records then?
It's possible.
We're thorough.
Oh, it's possible. I thought honesty was what we were going for.
We're
I am
thorough.
being honest with you. It is possible that I have seen everything.
He gives
We
you
did ask for
a,
honesty.
he gives you a look, Corbin. He doesn't say anything, but he just kind of eyeballs you for a minute. You can feel sort of like the bright orange in his eyes kind of lingering on you.
Cheeky smile.
I see why you brought him. Diana speaks up at this point. We just want to make sure that we can clear your name.
I'd like to continue the no blood history.
Make me, specifically Corey, make me a persuasion check with advantage.
Got this.
14.
He sort of leans back in the seat a bit more, kind of begins to think. I suppose it was going to come up eventually, wasn't it?
It was. I'd rather ask from the start.
If I may, who sold me out?
The books themselves.
No. Who told you about the things I've been doing in secret? I won't hold
No
it
one-
against them, I just want to know.
Corey
No
looks
one-
to Corvin.
No one told me anything. I looked at the bank records, saw you were doing something a little obsessive, actually, withdrawing the same amount on the same day, and it's a bit of public knowledge amongst the choir that you go out on trips.
Yes.
2-day-long trips each month.
That
On the
is what
same
I'm
day.
referring to. Who, specifically, was the one who discovered that? We're being honest with each other.
Before we answer that, are you able to make a promise that nothing will come to them at all? No passive aggressive or active?
That I can promise. Yes.
Insight.
Insight, absolutely.
May I as well?
Yes.
Won't be as good as Corey's, but
18, you might.
Diana is going to insight this as well.
24.
Come on, Diana. Where is your... Hold on. Where is your...
Wait, doesn't she have Zone of Truth? Or did she not have that prepared?
She
don't-
does have it, but you guys never had her cast it.
Fair.
She could still cast it if you want.
Oh, come
Innate
on.
from Diana.
That was almost a 16.
Cora look to Diana and look for her.
If... Diana will speak up. If we are being honest with each other, I can see that a lot of us are struggling to find a middle ground. So how about I cast a spell that makes it so we are all on the same playing field? And I will have her roll a persuasion check for that. Which I will give advantage because you guys are there with her. What's your persuasion, Diana?
He is socially flanked.
Ah, yes, I forgot. Neither Corey nor Diana have any persuasion.
That is why
Yep.
I'm here.
It's not bad, though. I won't have him roll, though. Okay. He looks at Diana and he goes, I'll allow it. Yes. That sounds like a fine idea to me. And Diana will cast Zone of Truth. And for this, specifically to make it so everyone is on the same playing field, everyone is going to need to make a charisma saving throw, including Corey, including Corbin.
I'm going to willingly fail.
You're going to willingly fail.
10.
Okay. You fail as well.
I
Diana's...
figured I would.
Diana can't make a save because it's her own spell. But
Yeah.
for the sake of the next 10 minutes, you guys cannot lie.
Can we word our truth?
You can be vague. You can word your truth. You just can't willingly lie.
Good. Okay.
I haven't told a lie since I entered this house.
Shame.
It's not entirely true.
Alright, you got me.
No, I meant for him. Because he said specifically the words, nobody has told me anything.
Mm-hmm. Corey said the books.
Oh. Oh, no. Like, he actually was trying to be vague about... He actually,
I
was
know.
being honest. It's like, no one's... He says, my secret dealings, and it's like, no one told us about secret dealings. You said that, son.
But-
Mhm.
Having said, he is going to choose to willingly fail as well. So, if you may repeat your question again.
Will you promise that nothing will come, no harm will come to the person who told us? Passive aggressive or active?
No harm will come to this individual. Whether passive aggressive or direct. Nothing shall come to them.
Or their families?
Nor their families. Provided they have one.
Well, with all that to
And
be said...
our group. She's just kind of like needling him now with a small smile.
He kind of gives you a small smirk, like, cheeky. I have no... As I mentioned before, I was originally against this investigation. But now I realize that it is something we can't afford to pass up, and I have no quarrels against your group. Is that suitable enough?
It's good enough for me.
Or time to smirk of her own. That's enough.
Now, onto the business on who spilled the beans. I will admit, it's been a bit of a talk from the choir members that I have spoken to. Ulrich seems to be a little concerned about it, but overall, he claims his heart is in the right place.
You're dancing around the subject.
I did give a name.
You said Ulrich. Above game, I just had a stroke, sorry.
You're
You
fine.
said that Ulrich, his heart is in the good place. That is not what my question was. Was Ulrich the one who mentioned my travels outside of the city?
He mentioned that you left the city for a couple of days and came back each month. Nothing about any specifics, just you left, you came back.
I will say that that is something you literally cannot say because that is not true.
I could have swore sorry, this is Joe. Joe's brain, I thought he said something about
Ulrich did not mention that, no.
that. Fuck, okay, I am
Was it
sorry. I
Nithis?
will,
It was Nithis who told
it
me.
was
guys.
Nithis as well, but I could have swore Ulrich said something
Ulrich
as well.
did
My
not.
bad.
Somebody can correct me
I
if I'm
thought so,
wrong,
too.
but okay, perhaps he did.
But I don't remember.
I think.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Or maybe he saw us, like, he saw the books too when we looked at it.
At,
Did he-
above
was he
game,
I-
above game, you never had a conversation with him after you left the archives.
Right, I could have swore he's like I said, I could have swore he said something before. If not, then I will redact what I said. And,
let's redact it for now. I could be
Okay.
wrong as well, but let's redact it for now.
That is completely fine. Corvin just kind of respond. Nithis was the one who brought it to our attention.
He starts nodding a bit. Yes, that one has always been very insightful. She's the wisest of our group. It was smart for you all to accept her patronage.
We like
Well,
to
so-
think we're good judges of character.
He's gonna insight you on that. Would he get anything from a 16? He's not really checking to see that you're lying. He's more just being like, what do you mean by that, I guess?
I'm not sure what to give with that. I just know she's giving him a small but warm smile.
Okay, that's good enough.
My main thought was, we've been deceived before. We had to learn.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
If he,
No,
I don't
that's
know
a-
if he
that's a
gets-
suitable
I don't know if he
response.
gets sad, but I think he knows that. Well, if he knows anything about Corey's history, then yeah, he probably does know that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
At least with her, she doesn't know the group. He doesn't know the group.
So, on to the other business then. Yes, I have been withdrawing money from the treasury. This money... Let me start from the beginning, as this is a complicated tale. I don't have the best relationship with my father. Neither do you, he says, looking to you, Corey.
My dad's great.
I knew you were gonna say
Her
that.
ears
I
got-
knew
her
you were
ears
gonna do
droop.
that.
Ears droop and a blood spring just like I. That was an attempted joke. I realized the timing of so bad. I'm sorry.
That was funny though.
Oh, I love it. I love it. It's funny. Rehua Corey, did you know that I used to have a brother? Corey, make me a history check.
12.
You remember vague whispers of someone named Ulani. And I'll give you the spelling for that.
Was that or was that one of your best bros?
One more time?
Was it Ulani or was it just was that just one of your best friends?
Ulani. My older brother. Back when, a long time ago, when my family first had the idea of leaving our home and coming to Haven, it was myself, our father, Rao, my brother, Ulani, my older brother, Ulani, and my mother,
Did
Pua.
you say little brother or older?
Older.
Roboted. Okay, thank you.
And my mother, Pua. I was an infant at the time, so I don't immediately remember much. I was a toddler at the time, so I remember very little, but I remember the sand, I remember the heat. We were attacked by sandworms in the desert. I remember the screams of my mother, the calls of my father. My father picked me up, and we ran. You can see at this point his composure has sort of shrunken down a bit. This is something he doesn't like talking about. My brother and my mother never made it to Haven. My father's previous experience in politics gave him a advantage when he came here. One that eventually led him to become Haven's elder. It's a leader. Cora, you do remember that. There was a elder before Rao who had been here for years and years and years even before you were born. So much to the point that he was there when you were very young, to the point that you don't even quite remember his name. But you do remember the vague whispers of someone before Rao. And when I say you don't remember his name, I mean I had it somewhere, I couldn't find it, and I forgot to make up a new name. So
You're fine.
he had a name and it is lost to time. But
Riding through the days when an elder's no name.
yes.
An elder's no name.
But Rao did come from what you know to be from the north. He came through the mountains, through the desert, alongside his family. And eventually, because of his history in politics, he did become leader of the village. So far the story is lining up. My father was the one who indirectly caused the death of my mother and my brother, as it was his idea to come to Haven in the first place. I began to resent him. That is why, when I came of age... Sorry, give me one moment. I think my stream just crashed.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Alright, hang on.
Like, I think it just, like, hard crashed. Yeah, my stream fully disconnected.
Yup.
It shows that you're still going.
I don't know, it says I'm
It shows me his
reconnecting.
offline screen.
Yeah, I can see my
Yeah,
offline
same
screen.
actually. I just refreshed.
Alright, I'm
I'm
gonna
still
hold on
picked
for a
out.
moment and see. Oh, it's just starting. Okay, I think we're good. Hey, we're back. I fucking hope.
Yo.
Back at the Saturday.
Thankfully, that shouldn't have fucked with the recording at all. But continuing. So continuing from what he said. My father indirectly caused the death of my brother and my mother because it was his idea to come to Haven in the first place. Because of their deaths, I began to resent him as I grew older. Their deaths was the reason I left when I came of age. Corey, you do remember when he came of age. Even before you were banished, he just left. Didn't say anything to anybody else. As far as you know, he didn't necessarily have a fallout with his father. He just, one day he was there and the next he was gone. I went north and I went to school. I studied hard, especially as a man with very little money to his name. But I did, admittedly, despite the things that my father, well, had done, I did wish to follow in his footsteps. I wanted to get involved with politics so I could help people, make their lives better. And then, after some time, I kept in remote touch with my father, sending him the odd letter. And then, after years and years and years of being away, avoiding him, I learned about his deteriorating condition. It's quite ironic, really. He's the reason I left, but he was also the reason I came back. My father is going to die, Corey. I don't know when. I don't know if it's going to be 3 years from now or 3 days. My father's condition is not going to last, and he will pass. It was when I came back and I began speaking with him again that I found out that he had been venturing into the desert on his own. After the incident, he went back out and he buried my mother and my brother in the desert. I can't imagine how long he had been out there trying to find their bodies. And since that point, after I left, he would venture out there once a month. And he would spend the night alongside them. My father is no longer capable of making that journey. And so I've been doing it instead. And one day, when my father passes, I will take his body out to them, and I will bury him alongside them. This money that I've been taking from the treasury, it's been for supplies, for a mount, as well as, admittedly, hush money. Because I don't want the news of what I'm doing to getting around to the people. Because ultimately this is a private matter. And that's simply it. This money hasn't been tribute to Ocathion. I haven't been stealing it from the treasury. It's been important to me. And to my father. I hope you can understand that.
Is there no way they can bring their bodies here for a closer resting place?
I thought the same thing, and I suggested it to my father after I came back. And what he told me was that the reason why he's left their bodies out in the desert so long is so he would never forget that he was the reason they died. It has been his atonement for years and years.
You've said he'll pass. When he does, though, this burden he's been carrying, it's a chance to put it down somewhere. It could also be a way of seeing them, your mother and brother, come home. Moving it when he does, because I bet you're not going to be able to get him to agree to it.
He sort of, after a moment, he nods. Family is the only thing anyone could ever hope to ask for. It's a driving force for many people. I know that is especially true for you. After I came back and I took my father's place, I visited your family. Kana, Pike, and even little Maui, who at the time was still a child. Or an infant, I should say. Despite what happened, they held no resentment toward me. Despite the fact that my father, and you can see at this point, his eyes are beginning to well up a little bit. Despite the terrible thing my father had done to you, they held no resentment towards me or to him. No, they forgave both of us. And that was the thing that hurt me most. In some cruel twist of irony, the sins of the father became the sins of the son, and I began to repent for his mistake all the same. You can see finally at this point kind of like raises a hand and kind of wipes under his eyes a little bit. My father's a complicated man. I wouldn't call him a good one. But I do hope that you can in some manner find a way to forgive him. It doesn't have to be now. It doesn't even have to be before he goes.
One day I'll find it in me to put that grudge down.
He
I'm
nods.
working on it.
Go ahead, sorry.
I'm working on it.
He nods. I thank you. It's more than I deserve to ask of you for the things he's done.
You're not your dad.
No, I'm not. Well, with that being said,
Don't let Kana catch you talking about being sad. She's gonna honestly offer to be your auntie once he passes. I'm not gonna lie.
Kana is a sweet individual.
There they are. Oh, they whip a sandal at you like it is nobody's business. That thing might as well be a whip.
Oh, I absolutely believe that.
Has she got you?
No, but I've felt the aura.
It's a very specific one, isn't it?
Yes. It's menacing.
I was gonna say having seen Kore's parent, like just like minor illusion, just a small image of them with like the JoJo menacing kanji with like glowing red eyes.
I hope that this has given you a bit more insight into what the transactions were for, and hopefully has set your doubts at ease a bit about my involvement in all of this. If you wish, you can still explore my home. I won't stop you. If it will set you at ease.
Really, it's more just for fairness, I guess you could say. Because I even searched Teneri's like up and down.
Be my guest. If you go upstairs, you'll find that in my office there is a safe behind a collection of books in my study. Behind the bookshelf on the far right. You'll find that there's receipts for the money that I have taken from the treasury, as well as a few small treasures that I have kept over the years. I ask that you not take them, but you are willing to inspect them. That will set you at ease. With that being said, I presume you guys would wish to continue to investigate, yes? You would like to search his place?
Corey will let Corvin lead. She's nervous. She's gonna find his porn like she found Teneri's smut. She's like,
You don't. I was gonna say you.
flashbacks.
I was gonna say you. For obvious reasons, I doubt you mentioned the letters.
She will not mention them in front of him. No.
Corey's secret superpower is attracting people's hidden smut stashes.
Their hidden secret. She's good at finding things out. The problem is she'll find out things she doesn't want to know.
There's a comment I want to make, but we're on stream. I'm not gonna say it. Yeah.
Accidental voyeur. No, wait, that's different.
Good one.
Anyway, speaking of segues, Corvin is going to try to like look around for things. Definitely gonna. He mentioned what was in the safe, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, he didn't
Okay.
say what was in. He said that there were some treasures that he collected over the years, as well as the receipts for his transactions within the treasury.
Okay. Yeah, he's just gonna kind of look around like any kind of like look around the space and kind of just look for anything interesting.
Go ahead and make me an investigation check.
Wait.
I'll give you advantage because Corey and Diana are helping you.
Alrighty. So, 22.
Okay. Much like he said, you do find a safe where he specified it would be. He comes and he brings you guys the key so you can open it.
Lovely.
Inside, you do find one pouch of 50 gold, as well as a small booklet of receipts of his previous transactions from the treasury, as he said. Inside, you also find a potion. Let me actually, I realize I don't have the description of this potion up. Hold on. The potion is in a sort of almost like a diamond-shaped bottle. The fluid inside is yellow and streaked with black, and it, as you can see, you kind of like go to pick it up, and then you kind of pull back as you realize the liquid inside is swirling on its own. It's a bit weird to look at. If you want to identify what it is, I would ask for an Arcana check.
Arcana?
Yes.
Can do.
6.
17.
Corvin, you're able to determine that this is a potion of speed. Inside, besides the potion, there is also a small, what appears to be a bead of sorts. It's black, almost like obsidian, but it's almost got like a gold, like marbling to it. I will post an image of it in general.
Oh.
Neat.
It's like one of those gold crack things.
Kinda, yeah. Again, if you want to determine what it is, identify, spell, or Arcana check.
I will roll Arcana. Do not have identify.
10.
20.
God damn.
That fucking
Guards, man.
that crown is doing works for. Well, it's not even his. It's not even
It's
like
not-
his skill. It's the fact that he has a massive boost to his intelligence now because of the magic item he has.
Yeah, I
Oh
was
my
gonna
God,
say
that's right. He got a brainiac crown.
Yep.
the mantle of intellect, as well as I have expertise in Arcana.
Oh, that is true. I did forget you had that.
See, he is smart boy.
So he is a very smart boy. Bro, bards are fucking skill monkeys. It's what they do.
Hell
Yeah.
yes.
This is a bead of force.
Ooh.
Aside from that, there's a spell.
You're sure he failed that save on purpose, that Zone of Truth save, because
What do you mean?
it looks like he's gearing up to fight something.
Look, he said he had collected these over the years. He is also, admittedly, as the thing I gave you guys said, he is a fighter. He does know how to fight.
It's also a one-use thing.
It is a one-use thing. That is also true. He has.
Oh, hey, cool. I was looking for a restock.
No.
He also has within a spell scroll for Aura of Life.
Ooh.
He has a 300 gold piece diamond. And a scroll of Revivify.
That's handy to have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It does kind of hit you, though, that he doesn't necessarily need to have both items. I'll give you both this for free. He doesn't necessarily need to have both items. He would just need someone who knows the spell and the diamond, or just the scroll. But he has both.
I mean, to be fair, you never know what happens. Yeah, I mean, is Corey going to get a look at the safe as well?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I thought it was kind of implied since she helped give advantage.
Yes, you both
Right,
were
right,
able
right,
to.
sorry,
you
sorry.
you both found
You're
this
good.
together. You guys going throughout the rest of the room, you do find some of his paperwork, his official workings. You find some of the letters that he's written to, that he's like pre-written to merchants to be like, hey, don't mention where I'm going to anybody. Please and thanks. Here's some money for you, etc. You can see that this, not operation he has, but this like monthly trip that he does is something that he's well prepared for, and it's something that he's prepared well in advance for. But besides that, there's nothing of too much interest that would necessarily help your investigation. But from what you're seeing, it does answer a lot of questions. As well as his story answers a lot of questions. Is that an in-game laugh or an
Yes.
out-of-game? Okay. What are you laughing at?
Is Keela behind us?
He's kind of standing in the doorway, kind of watching as you guys do this, yes.
She'll turn to face Keela, but like more, not like just him, but like facing like everyone, but like turning to, indicate him.
Mm-hmm.
This whole time, I thought you would have hated me. And that we would have nothing in common. Truth be told, growing up, I pictured you as kind of like a tight ass. So I didn't expect to find such neat things like that. That bead looks neat. And now I want to know if you ever want to spar when I'm in town. Please.
I've been out of the adventuring game for a little bit, but I wouldn't be objected to a spa, no.
I wish I could have found this about you under better circumstances, but
Not as well. It's unfortunate that it's come to this whole thing that's happening.
Diana, is your spell still going?
No.
She's giving it like the questioning eyes, like, do you have it again?
I can cast it again, yes, if you want.
How many more do you think you'll have in you? Will this be your last?
Oh no, I could do it plenty. It's a level 2 spell.
Yes, please? If that's alright?
That's fine. May I ask why?
Because more questions and I want to make sure we're all still on the same field.
Alright, fair
Is
enough.
that not?
No, I just wanted to make sure.
I got you.
I just wanted to check.
Yeah.
She will cast the spell again. Keela, once again, will willingly fail.
As will Corey.
Corbin.
Yeah, he'll willingly fail this time.
Okay. What other questions do you have for me?
Do you have any ideas, or... Because Ulrich's looking a little suspect, but that may have just been just because he was the most angry.
Also, the money transactions.
Yes. That man hasn't been taking as many, but what
As
he
many.
did take was a lot, right?
I mean, as many. That's 400 a month. So
He's
a lot of
been
people
taking how much?
approximately 200 every 2 weeks, so about 400 a month.
You can see he is shocked at this.
I know. I was as shocked as you were.
Sounds like I need to have a conversation with Mr. de Mowbray. But no, in terms of who I suspected the culprit was, I mean, truth be told, I've been thinking this entire time it's been somebody outside of the choir's ranks. It just doesn't line up with many people within us within our ranks. I did, admittedly though, I did come across something startling when I came home. And you watch as from within his jacket pocket, he does pull out a letter. I found this in my office when I returned home, not long before you came to find me. And he passes it off to you, Corey. I did keep this from you, but I trust that this will help us put together what is to come next.
You said he found it when he got home not long after.
Not long before you guys got there. Like when you got to his place.
Yeah.
And you said it was like a note?
Is a letter.
Okay.
Corey. The letter is simple. Baresh Starburn is meeting Orcathion's thief tonight at midnight behind the Keg Smasher Tavern. That's all it says. No signature. It wasn't even
tonight?
addressed to Keela.
You said tonight?
Tonight at midnight. I will put that in lore drops for you guys.
Thank you. Hey, Tart.
Hmm.
Question for you.
Hmm.
From when Flit scryed on Theroden to now, how at what point will Theroden arrive?
From what Flit was able to determine, tomorrow morning.
You said. Okay, never mind. That
I'll
takes
give
out
you
that-
just a
that
straight
question
answer
then.
tomorrow morning.
Okay, cool. That takes out that line of thought then.
He
I'm
could
very
be
glad-
booking. He could be booking it.
I'm very glad we scryed on him first, actually, now.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
He could be booking it though. He did have a lizard mount, didn't he?
He did have a lizard mount. That is true. A giant lizard mount. Limzard.
It's not completely out.
Would I doubt I doubt Corbin has actually seen how like quick those things move, but could he like make a like intelligence or something like that to kind of determine if that's possible?
If not, wouldn't Corey just know?
I would say Corey can make this check. If you want to help her by give her advantage, you can. But I'm gonna say it has to be her who makes the check.
All right, so he'd pull out like I don't know, use like minor illusion for like a fucking abacus or something, doing math.
Go ahead, Corey, and make me. I'll call it a nature check with advantage.
11.
From what you've seen, the giant lizards here in Haven, above game, they're different from your standard, like, 1/4 CR giant lizard. They have a movement speed of 45 feet, as well as a sort of, like, burrowing, mechanic, or capabilities that allow them to travel under, travel slightly under deep levels of sand. Almost like worms, in a way.
Mm-hmm.
If he was booking it, he'd be moving 90 feet every 6 seconds, which is super fast. But he didn't seem to be booking it, from what Flit was telling you guys. He, in fact, when Flit was watching, he was taking a break.
Okay.
All right. Good deal. Good deal.
But they are faster than your standard mount, your standard giant lizard especially. For comparison, a riding horse, its movement speed is 60 feet. So it's not super, super fast, but it's faster than being on foot.
Yeah. Okay. So are we knocking him off the list?
That's up to y'all.
I'm more asking, yeah, Corbin.
I wouldn't knock him off the list per se. He might have an informant, but it's definitely lessening with the projections as he kind of just like dissipates the illusion.
I was
Who
planning
outside of-
to go with Eno tonight and arrest anyone who showed up at the behind the Keg Smasher Tavern, even especially if one of them turned out to be Baresh.
So you wanted to bring Eno with you?
Eno is the head of security. I would have to if I were to make an arrest of this scale, arresting a member of the choir.
Makes sense.
You might, if you want to bring Eno and his Doomstriders, you might want to be a little subtle and be around the area, not really inside of the tavern itself.
Oh, of course. This is hardly the first time I've done this.
I'm talking about a couple of blocks away, with one in disguise.
What the hell are you gonna get in the sky, Corvin?
In disguise.
In disguise. In disguise.
I understand.
Hey, yo, you need a homie in disguise, bro.
In the
Yo,
sky!
get the Eric Cocker looking log
I heard
up in the
in
freaking
sky.
air.
I'm
No,
sorry.
wait. No.
Hey, yo, where my boy Amos
there are air
at?
genasi. There's air genasi in this city. We can get them on board.
I know.
Air genasi can
That's why
levitate.
I
They
was like,
can't
what does he
fly.
mean? Do we have Eric Cochran?
They're in the sky though.
Hey, Corey, you're a druid. You can fly.
He did not say Corey. He said Eno and
I know.
Doomstriders.
I know.
Dork. Yes, I know I can fly. I feel the need to now pick Keela up and just drop him just to spite you. Drop him in from the sky.
Oh, I
But
need
yes,
that.
I was planning to go and make a formal arrest if anyone were to show at the tavern tonight. However, I am open to reconsidering this plan. If you can think of a better way of going about it.
Well,
Take us with you.
I was about to suggest the same. They'll expect the Doomstriders to be patrolling. They will not suspect us. I hope not, at least.
Plus, we have Sarah, who's very good at stealth. Flit. I can hold a person.
Excuse me, try-
Above Gabe. I just want the two druids in the party. Oh, I wish a motherfucker would run. I wish a motherfucker would run.
Run! Corey can also
Huh.
use shape water to water whip and grab them.
Alright.
I could probably. Like, Corvin just kind of like thinks to himself and like with no context. I could probably scar them for life by making them afraid of silver.
Well, then it sounds like we have a bit of planning to do. And with that, I think that is a good point to end it.
Yep.
Yes? Yeah.
Yay!
I want to
I-
end it on. I have an idea for a move too. Do you think you could throw me? Well,
Me?
if not, I know I could pretty. I wonder if I could throw you.
How heavy does he look?
So I have a quick question.
Because I can,
Hold
because
Hold on,
I can,
hold on.
I
hold
can-
on. Let me think.
because I have a way to make that fastball special happen.
So a club or quarterstaff in Shillelaw. If I'm using a motherfucker to beat a motherfucker, he's basically a club.
The wood of a club or quarterstaff, it has to specifically be a wooden club.
Damn.
Not.
So close yet so far.
I do
So,
love
okay.
that idea.
If only been Earth
So-
Galaxy, maybe.
What if we have a warforged made out of wood? Does that count?
Anyways.
Pinocchio wishes the motherfucker would.
Oh god, please don't remind me of Pinocchio.
Thank
Maybe-
you all for joining us today.
Hi.
Y'all are crazy, and I love you.
Aw, love you too. Thank you for
Love
the
you too,
game, dude.
Yes. All right, let's go ahead and start doing outros. I'm getting a bit tired, so let's go ahead and begin. We will start with
I realized why I had that idea.
Oh yeah?
I can use my wisdom modifier in place of my strength modifier, making strength checks.
Correct. Punk, you just
Knew it! I fucking knew it!
you just outed yourself, bro.
Hi.
Damn it! Well, you
Punk
know
was
what?
like, I want to
You're
keep
about
this
to
a
Call
see
that
secret.
shit.
You're about to see it anyway. That's what
Call-
you get for coming tonight. You're welcome.
Anyways,
You're a
We'll keep
gem.
that. We'll keep that for our podcast listeners and anyone who is here tonight.
our
We're on
yes, nobody
Yo, we're on
say what it is.
Spotify?
Spoofy? No, we're not on
Spoofy?
Spoofy.
No,
Anyways.
YouTube.
But let's start with Pink. Go ahead and do your outro.
You can find my dumbass on Twitch, Twitter, sometimes TikTok at Punk You're a Dog. That's it.
Okay. All right,
My
cool.
brain died. I'm sorry. I'm mad. I didn't realize I hadn't told anyone. I forgot. I launched it so far back in my brain and just. All right. Now, in order to keep the secret, you gotta forget you have this secret. So forget that it's a secret, and you won't feel the urge.
Punk, I adore you. Thank you. Thank you
I hate
very
my
much.
Brain. Joe,
Yes, what's up?
chill yourself, bitch.
No.
Cunt, you can't say no to me.
Whoa!
Damn.
Damn, bro. Vicious.
I don't think so, but
I was gonna say, to be fair, I've been noticing a very liberal use of it.
yeah.
Anyway, hey everybody.
I have one.
Apologies
I
for,
can use that word.
and that's the phrase that usually came with it. Yes.
Yep.
Anyway, so also apologies for being out for like an hour. I had to go pick up my kid from work, and I was the only one who could. But y'all can go ahead and find me on Twitter at the Joe Mojo, where I mostly post a bunch of nonsense like, why the hell did people think that the Midwestern accent is the one from Wisconsin? I will never understand that.
No,
It's Minnesota.
Ugh.
It's Minnesota,
Anyway.
but it's disguised as Wisconsin for better branding.
Speaking of segues, which I mostly post a bunch of nonsense and also updates for my streams over at twitch.tv/Joe_Mojo, where I host a nice little recap show known as Firing Line, your one-step recap shop for Multiverse, Nexus, or Wrestling. Oh god, I had a pretty decent couple of shows, and I cannot wait to get back into going over them before the weekend. Until then, go ahead and check out Casey Punk's YouTube channel for Monday Night Duel. I'm in there. I'm an asshole in there in real life, and I'm gonna go ahead and taking this on down to CG. Where can they not find you?
Hello, I am CG. You can find me nowhere because I don't much care for social media, but you can find me over on a lot of D&D shows such as the ones on this channel, like the one that is on Tuesday for Curse of Strahd. But I am not actually hosting this next episode of Curse
Who
of
is
Strahd.
hosting then, CG?
Our best Escabo friend, ex Wily Willy, decided that they would like to do some more DMing.
Hell
And
yeah.
so they offered to do a one shot this week, of which we will all be taking part of and enjoying, and you better support.
Hell
I'll
yeah.
support. I'll support in the VOD.
But beyond that, we also have over on Burnout Vaughn's channel, we have this week. This week we are having the finale of Pack Tactics. We had to push it back last week,
Sorry.
but no, don't worry about it.
How dare you?
Powder.
We are having the finale this week, so it should be good to go, baby.
Yeah.
Uh,
Let's
I'm
see what else Lucy can smack.
I'm sure you'll find plenty.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm going to miss Best Mom.
I'm
Yeah.
Benny's best mom too.
I love Dining
He's
Mom.
Brugum.
Her and her butterscotch candies. But especially the strawberry ones.
Her claws are the only thing that can shatter the Werther's originals.
True.
You can also find me over on the same channel every other Saturday for Saved by the Spell, except once again, we are not going to have Saved by the Spell next week.
What are we doing then, CG?
What?
Well, I saw that Wiley was being brave and wanted to do DMing, and I thought I'd be a petty bitch and show him up. No, I'm kidding. We're taking a bit of a break from Saved by the Spell this month, and I volunteered to do a one shot in the meantime. So it is the
I'll be
week
there.
of. Yes, he will be. I believe it is the 24th. Memory serves. No, 17th. Yes, memory failing. Hit late.
What are those?
Yes. So keep tuned. 17th. Yes, 17th.
What are those?
What are those?
But that's it for my shilling, which leaves the river.
It's me. You can find me eventually over at twitch.tv/WickedRiver97. I'll be back eventually. Eventually. I'm enjoying my break. I've been doing stuff. I got my license. I get to go out and do things. I'm gonna go get my hair cut. Tuesday actually, like cut and a consultation to get professionally fucking colored for the first time ever.
Bro, same. I'm getting my
Good
beard
shit.
trimmed next weekend.
I am so excited to be like not the one bleaching my hair. But as of right now, I'm still on my good little break. But I'll be back eventually. So that leaves Tart.
Hello, it's me. You can find me here at twitch.tv/PrimeTart, where I do D&D, I do variety games. I just recently played through a cozy little picture-taking game called Toem, which was very cute. If you saw today, we also did a very fun collab with a bunch of goons and Gary's mod, which was a ton of fun. And if you didn't see, you should definitely go back and watch the VOD because it was really funny. And I got one of my favorite clips of my streaming career today. It was really fucking funny. But yes, I need to also determine if I'm streaming tomorrow because I'm off tomorrow. But we do have Legacy of the Deal Breakers tomorrow as well, so I don't know if I'm going to double up tomorrow like I did today. I should probably be smart and not do that. So we'll find out what happens tomorrow. But yes, I'm quite tired because as much as I like my job, it's been wearing me down. And this week I worked 4 days in a row. I gotta be up at fucking like 5:30 in the morning. I don't get off until 5:30 at night. So, Yay! But yeah, we got the one shot that CG mentioned. We got the Return of Bearers of the Torch this week. Probably other stuff. This upcoming weekend, we are not going to be having our session of Between the Shadows. We are still on a temporary hiatus, which I will not get into. But yes. And of course, next Sunday, we will have another episode of this game here at twitch.tv/FurryTart. Exilia Regalia. We are unfortunately missing J Frost and Sarah for the next little bit. They're both J Frost is taking a physical health break.
Yep.
Because that boy needs to sleep. And Sarah is also taking a physical and mental health break. J Frost will be back hopefully around the end of this month, and Sarah will be back after their vacation. From what they told me, unless they change their mind, which would make me cry if they did. But we don't need to get into that. What we do need to get into is someone to raid. I've got someone pulled up.
I have a couple people myself.
I do as well. I think I want to raid Sean because it's been a little bit since I raided Sean, and he's doing chat plays Pokemon Emerald.
Yep, yes he does. He's been lamenting 3 hours, and they barely got over the first rival fight.
Yeah, I see that.
So
for,
chaos reigns.
So for the record, for context, this is crowd control. So chat is controlling how the game plays. They control.
I know that one.
Sean does not have any control over his character. Well, he does, but he's choosing not to. And only chat is determining what is done, where they move, the buttons that are pressed. They are directly playing the game by typing things into chat.
That sounds fucking chaos.
It is fucking chaos, and we love it. If you've ever heard of Twitch Plays Pokemon, that's what this is. So, that being said,
Pretty Sword Helix.
let's go ahead and drop him a raid. Everyone go show him a little bit of love. Let him know who sent you. We will be back in another week for what should be a more ooky spooky mystery, as our goons now need to come up with a plan. But thank you all for being here, and we will see you all next week. Remember, as always, Black Lives Matter, Trans Lives Matter, stop Asian hate, and most importantly, you matter. Love you all, and we will see you all next time. Bye-bye!
See ya!
Bye.